nice adventure all day, right? And also like elephant. Someone been headache, and someone like shopping yesterday. And I have heard some of our participants have planned to shopping yesterday, last evening. So today is the last day of training. Today is like a feel like a wrap up and a lot of discussion, and also make a evaluation in this afternoon. So in this morning, we are going to session 8. I would like to invite Dr. Sotikno to be the presiding officer in the topic surveillance, field trip, food fly, and forestry. Please, Dr. Sotikno.
Thank you very much, Jay. Very good morning to you, to all of you. I hope you enjoy yesterday's field trip, and today's in the morning session we will have a discussion on this field trip yesterday, and of course after that we will be having presentation online by our Australian colleague, and I need to check whether is okay or not, his presentation or her presentation. Okay, now before we start with session 8, I have two reminder or announcement. The first one is regarding the seat that we give you yesterday. You know, each of you try to think what is the next activity for your country. So please submit to the team, Dr. Ian, Bosi, and Carol. Yeah. If possible, after or during tea time, morning, because they need to sit down and then check what is in the paper. Okay, that is the first one, which is very important. The second one, in your folder or bag, there is evaluation form. Okay, please complete that form and submit to us, the four of us, or to the secretariat, yeah, before lunch or during lunch time. Latest before you depart. Before you depart, otherwise I will chase you. When you reach home, then there is email from me asking to submit this, yeah? So that's the second one. The third one, another one, which I distribute to you this morning, is actually, basically is a limousine or taxi coupon. When you come down, before going to airport, you just give that letter to the concierge, so that they knows that your limo is already paid for, and then you can go without doubt, yeah? We paid already. Okay, so any question for these three things? If not, I will invite Dr. Beth Bosi to give the review of the previous day. I think short, don't worry. Okay, the floor is yours.
Good morning, and hope you had a wonderful night, and following yesterday's field trip, I hope you're all rejuvenated. Anyway, mine, as I always say, is to follow instructions. So Satigna gave me just 2 minutes, which is fantastic. So yesterday we had the field trip, and our first stop was to go and to the Thai Plant Genetic Collection and Conservation Center, and all of us were in there very switched on to begin setting up the fly traps. I was personally, my personal observation, it was a fantastic time to separate the groups into, into country groups where they would all learn from one another, and very well coordinated from the Thai DOA. So we did separate and have several fruit fly traps set up. And what lessons learned from here, maybe I would invite you to reflect on the methodology of doing this, on what was different from what you have been doing before. And once you set up the fruit fly traps, what else can you have in mind, or what can be considered when setting up the traps with different lures? The other thing was the collection of the aphids. We saw what each of us participated in, trying to collect aphids from the flower, aphids or flower trips, sorry, I get a bit confused. Yeah, and the lessons learned from there. So it was quite interactive in my view. And the question is, was there anything different was there anything that you would have done differently? Other than that, we did travel to different field sites to sort of get to know more about the culture in terms of the food. When we went to Ayutthaya, is it Ayutthaya? Ayutthaya. Yeah, when we went to Ayutthaya. So we had a different view and introduction to the different food culture, etc. So what is there that we can talk about? So I think other than that, I don't think I have much to say. It's reminding me, shopping. The shopping, yes. Those who shopped know themselves, so I don't need to say. All right. Okay, just I think I'm done with that. So I'd like to hand over to Satikno. But sorry, before that, he said this morning the hand in the new project sheets. I just want to remind you on that and emphasize on that project sheets. Participants, please fill in your meeting feedback sheets. We need them, please, and just hand them over to either me or Carol. But if you see me around, just give them back to me. That is it, and have a fruitful day today.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Okay. You know, I asked her to be short and sweet is because the DOA is already preparing for this, the next session. So I do not know whether you will lead this, who will be leading the discussion on yesterday. Okay, right?
Yes.
Over to you.
Yep, thanks Tigno and thank Bosi. Yep. สวัสดีค่ะ and good morning everyone. Yes, from the yesterday trips, I hope you guys enjoy it. Yes, at least someone did a good shopping. Yes. Yep. For the field trip yesterday, I must apologize for my mistake, and for us, we have to apologize for any inconvenience. And the first one, I made the mistake because I did not give you a marker for the food fly trapping. Because for myself, I know which color that belong to, like the pink one should be for lure and the yellow one should be the methyl eugenol, like that. But for your guy, I'm so sorry that I did not give you the marker for the labeling the your name and something like that. Yeah. And so when you go to the field trip for yourself, you have to prepare your marker. Yeah. And at least, actually, when you took a photo, I'm quite sure all of you have to take a photo when you were to the field trip, when you go to the field trip. And when you take a photo with your phone is always give you the location and the latitude and the longitude. But if you did not take the photo, you have to write everything, like the location, the name of the location, the date, and who is the corrector, and the latitude and the longitude. Yeah, that is so important because you have to put everything in your book or your spreadsheet. When we use the gel jar, is already the P-tagger is already gave you the latitude and the longitude. Yes, and actually for the real surveillance, I think you already, if you are entomologist, you should know the lure is, the type of lure is so important. you have to separate it and keep it like 10 meter for each trap. Otherwise, other food fry is make the confuse, it mix it together. And because last time for the Malaysia surveillance, you told me you found like the ambosa, Bacterosaurus ambosa from the mango orchard, and actually it's not from the mango orchard. Yes, it's from the other. Could you explain how you get that the ambosa from the mango orchard? Because actually the ambosa you could not find from the mango.
Okay, what Malaysia's experience, we set up our traps using the protein bits and also the ME for the fruit fly trappings. The mango orchards is actually surrounded with other farms. So actually, we aware that Umbrosa is quite specific host. They have a specific host. Usually, is come from the jackfruit. So after we find out find the samples of Umbrosa, we check on the others neighboring of farms, and we found that there is a jackfruit trees, a few jackfruit trees. So that's why the traps is trapping the Umbrosa. And also what we find out as we mark the traps, and the Umbrosa is traps in the traps that is placed out a bit outside of the mango farm, not inside the mango farms. Okay.
Thank you for sharing. Actually, this one's so important because if you report your food fry from the mango orchard, someone from the plant quarantine will take your information to do the pest list analysis. Yeah, that's why. Because in Thailand, even we found a lot of food fry, but we cannot make sure that one from that orchard. If you want to make sure which species that came from that host plant, you have to write. Yeah, that means you can make sure that species of the food fly attack that host plant species. Yep. And actually for myself, I did not do much the surveillance because I just put the trap. I just want to get as much as specimen that I want because I want to do the identification and use that specimen for the DNA barcode or decide the primer. That's why I'm not good at the surveillance as you are. Yeah. But I think have heard some country did the surveillance for the food fly, right? Which country that did the surveillance for the food fly? Laos, Somkit, right? Yeah. Could you share us the experience that you got from the food fly surveillance, please?
So good mornings. So I want to share some experience from Laos. So this trip we focusing to the northern in the country. It's really highest earliest and but our chance is very small because in some province like Udom size, they have the big farm growing the mango from the Chinese company, but nowadays he already to go back to China until COVID pandemic and lease the orchard to the empty, no activity, no fruiting, no harvesting, something like that. But we need to trap for surveillance for the species, for the monitoring to species. That's we used to tie up hormones, so pheromones, sorry, to pheromone. one thing is ME, and another thing in lure for the cucurbit or cucurbit and gardens. But I got very few sample, but I think it's the one of the reason because it's the big hard raining during the trip and no fruit at the time. So that's, but we can get some species, and then we bring to the PVC laboratory to identification. As you know, we only to use the morphology to identify and need to confirm by expert in the future. And I hopefully to sending some specimens that we not sure to do a molecular, maybe in another labs, Thailand or something, some country they need to open for the sending the sample to confirm species. Yep, thank you.
Thank you so much. And for Thailand, we are very welcome to get your specimen.
Thank you.
Yep. And then I got like my experience to get something quite important, because when I went to the orchard to see the the farmer, that like when I went to the melon orchard, and the farmer came to me and said, "Oh, I use the trap and I put the methyl eugenol, for the collecting the fruit fly, but the product is still so getting worse, because like and I said, oh, what did you get it, the lure?" She just said, "Oh, I got that one from the chemical shop," and when I look at it, all of specimen is from the methyl eugenol, and get another species that at that time that species did not attack the cucurbit. Yeah, that's why, because we don't have the lure in Thailand, and they always use the methyl eugenol for every orchard. Any orchard they just use the methyl eugenol, so they cannot control it. That is quite important. Why we have to know which lure that can correct and can trap this species. And so then when you go to field trip, you have to know exactly that you want to do. Like if you want to do the surveillance, you have to be sure. The protocol that you do, you can do the sampling analysis or the randoming analysis, or the systematic analysis. And but for myself, as I mentioned before, I just want to get the specimen. That's why I just put as much as I can for correcting the specimen. Any question for the fruit fly trapping yesterday? Yes. Yep.
It's not question, but I need to know this the company that's selling the lure, because from time to time I got email from Brunei, from Indonesia, asking where to buy this. So is that on the internet, bag for bag, just, and then the price is also there? And the second question is the validity, meaning the age, right, the shelf life of the pheromone or lure. If you buy now, if you use it 1 year later, is that still?
Yes, this is from my experience. I have a hard time to get the lure. I cannot order that one from abroad. I cannot do it. Even that company, I think that's one of the best company in Thailand. They always export and import the chemical. They cannot import the lure. They said that one is like they can use that one for the explosion or like the making the heroin, something like that. And my country did not allow to import. For this time, I ordered that. Actually, I did not order. I asked from Dr. Ian and Carol and Bosie to get that one. The bag for bag is already put the lure mixed with the pesticide and put it inside. I think you can order that one, but it's so expensive as well. And for the last time when you were when you had a meeting in Vietnam, I know Dr. Ian gave your guy a lot of ME and the kilo as well, but some country cannot import that one, cannot bring it. Even myself, it took like 4 months. It seemed like he tried to send it via DHL but cannot, and Jay and Dr. Pontimon tried to bring it to me but could not as well. They have to send it around, like take in a van and send it. It took around, it's almost 5 months from Vietnam to Thailand, and you have to do the document as well. Yes, and for the expire, I used to get the Kilua from Dr. Peter Gillespie. She gave me like in 2000 something. I think it's more than 5 years. It's still working right now. Yes. But you have to keep that one in the dry condition. Yeah. Yeah.
Dry and cool.
Dry and cool. Yes.
Not exposing it to the light.
Yes.
Because, like Malaysia, we also like we receive the lure from Australia, and we still can use it like after 3 or 4 years, so it's still okay.
Yep, and before you using the lure, you have to make it together. Like you put 4 drops for the kill lure or material, and add that one for 1 drop of the pesticide that you use. Because sometimes we put the malatai on, the smell is so strong. It seems like it's going to, but it's broke out, it's broken. You have to choose the pesticide that you put. So that's why I put the pyrethroid right now. Yeah, I think it's better than the parathion. Parathion is the best smell. Yeah. Yeah. Any question for the fruit fly?
Yeah.
Please.
Go ahead.
I have a question for fruit fly. In Vietnam, we follow the ISPM 26. We hang in the trap in the field at density of approximately 1 trap per hectare. Yeah, in the as country, we you how many trap in per hectare? How many trap? Yeah.
Yep. Thanks for the question. Actually, I think should be around 10. Yep. Is you must set the trap like the border of your garden and across your garden. That's why you have to know exactly your area that you want to do it. Yes.
Yes. Following SPM 26. I think we should one chap per 1 hectare,
yeah.
because placement of chap in the same tree base with different attention should be avoided because it may cause interference among attention and reduction of chap effectively.
Yep.
Yeah.
Because on a 1 trap per hectare, sometimes it's not enough. You could not get anything from the trap, right? Yes, you can, but because the area in each country is different. Yes. Yeah.
Because we got in Vietnam has some project monitoring fruit fly between border Vietnam and China. Yes.
Okay.
Protocol of Vietnam and China is one trap per hectare.
Yeah. Yes, as I mentioned, the protocol said 1 trap is enough. But actually, for the real, right, 1 trap is not enough. Yeah, I'm quite sure you did. Yeah, you could not get anything for it. Yes.
I can share my experience. For Malaysia, for the national surveillance, we set up 4 traps per hectare because of we need to before we set up, actually from our experience, we need to see how strong the wind in that area, and also you need to see the geographical area, because at certain area we have like very highlands area, so the wind at the top will be very strong, but the wind at the down part will be like very slow or very stagnant. So that's how we determine the numbers of the traps. But usually we put minimum 4 per hectares. Okay, thank you.
I have another question. In the past, I still remember Malaysia and Vietnam producing protein bait. Like Malaysia Mardi last time, we call it, the trade name is Proma. And in Vietnam also there is, you are selling in 500 ml the protein bait. Is that still until today available?
For for Malaysia, yes, we still producing it, because we use the source from the beer company. We use their waste to produce that, and currently we have innovate two methods, two medium of the protein bait. We don't use the liquid anymore. We produce it. We turn it into, one is the soap bar and one is the gel, into gel. So it much easier for others to use it and also to manage it. We just put the soap bar and then they will come to the traps. Thank you.
And actually,
if you would like to purchase it, you can email to our director, and then we can ask for that, for the productions. Thank you.
And thank you. And actually, for the person in this room who not entomologists, probably you did not know how different between lure and the protein bait. The lure is the pheromone that can attack only male, and the protein bait can attack female and male. Yes.
What about Vietnam? Is still producing?
In Vietnam, we use ME and Q. Yes, we all of this we have we supported by AQSIQ. Yeah, in the China.
Oh, from China.
Yeah, from China, because we have big projects from monitoring fruit fly in the border of Vietnam, between Vietnam and China. Yeah, and many in Lao Cai, Lang Sơn, Quang Ninh. Yeah.
So meaning Vietnam itself is no more producing the protein bait.
No, have in Vietnam some company product the protein bait. Yeah, because such as PPIE. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Hello. So Miss Lila, I'd like to ask, what kind of traps do you use the protein bars and gel in, and can you send us some photos?
The person is already online.
We use stainer trap. A bit of innovations, because for our non-farmers, they said that the commercial stainer trap is quite expensive, so they modified the mineral water bottles, and then they put the soap bar, the protein bait bar, and then and put a bit of like insecticides inside it to ensure that it would die. Actually, we use it for mainly is for the mesh trapping, for the control of the fruit flies.
Oh, okay. Yes, so if you can send us some photos,
of course we can send the photos, of course.
Yeah, okay.
All right.
Kapanka.
Thank you.
Any more questions? Yes,
Thanks very much, Thailand for organising the field trapping component yesterday, and thanks Jeroen for specifically making that possible. A few comments. Firstly, from the point of view of the project manager, when I heard that you were going to do this, I thought that this was an excellent opportunity to quietly observe how capable and confident people were with this trapping methodology, and of course I and my team were all very pleased to see how capable and confident people were. Even some plant pathologists seem on the point of host associations, I think we understand the need for rearing to confirm associations, that you catch a fly in a trap in a particular tree or orchard doesn't confirm that the fly is breeding in that particular fruit or on that particular tree. As an aside, and I think Mr. Idipon would confirm, that if you tap a thrips from inside a flower, there is a strong chance that it has been feeding there. However, thrips also, even so tiny, and you would think not flying very far, thrips are famous for just sitting on leaves, and there are many records of thrips associated with particular plants in the literature where there is no real evidence that the thrips have been feeding on that particular plant. They just, as one authority on the thrips has said to me many times, they just like to sit sometimes, and they may sit on your shoulder and they are not feeding on your shirt. So that's an important thing. Now, with regard to lures and attractants, the first thing I would say we had in our office a supply of wicks, and they are over there. And they are of no use at all in my office because we do no fruit fly trapping. Each country should grab one of those and take them home. They don't weigh very much. They have no lure or toxin inside them. They are just the absorbent material. We cannot use them. Perhaps in your country you can make use of them. They are free. One wrapped up container per country. Returning to the issue of attractants and lures, Carol, would it be useful, perhaps after this meeting, for us to send a very short email survey to countries participating in the project, and also perhaps our contacts in Singapore, Brunei, and to the Philippines, just to clarify the present situation regarding availability of baits and lures. Is it like this? You can respond. Is it like this, that we need to ask each country, do they produce bait in the country? Is it available in that country? Do we also need to ask each country, can they import lure? Maybe we need to ask whether it is legal to import the lure, or the lure in already pre-prepared wicks with the toxin in there as well. Some question like that, some update. Do it quickly now. Would that be a useful exercise?
Yes, definitely. Also, not just baits and lures, but also traps as well. So hearing that Malaysia has adapted the trap, their drink bottle, that's good. A question I had wanted to ask too was, I know we're doing trapping. Is anyone doing host plant surveys for fruit fly? If you just show of hands, which countries? Is any country doing host plant surveys for fruit flies? Because I did think that could potentially be for rearing the fruit, yeah. Yeah, rearing from fruit. Yep. So, yep. So Myanmar is doing rearing from fruit. Any other country rearing fruit flies from fruit? Okay, because I was thinking that potentially STDF project proposal grant to maybe get some money to get an updated pest list of actual host plants. Okay, thank you.
Okay, yep, thank you so much. And I will pass to Mr. Itipon for the trips correcting. Yep, thank you.
Thank you. So yesterday, during the trip collecting, I think it's easy to do because the first student of mine is Rahim. Rahim look like professional during like a collecting trip by using brush and something like a paper, and also Roshan doing that, and also it's a prospect. Bossy can easily to do, but the thing I will give you more information is like Dr. Ian said, when you collect from the flower, that it means strongly feed on flower. When you keep on shoot, you should label on young leaf. Maybe it's like a old leaf or something like that. You should be called a different thing of a trips. It's like a different host plant. And also, it's like I give you more than tip when you collecting tip. You should immediately put in it AGA already, and you have to sure you have to lock the list, because if you put in a plastic bag and use the rubber to collect to the laboratory, inside it will create more humidity, and trips will always leave from the containing. It's different from aphid and whitefly and also mealybug, because it's like a sucking insect. They can penetrate its mouth inside the plant, but thrip is a mouth part different of a sucking insect. So you should keep inside it like a small white ore. After that, we will give it back into laboratory and something like here to make a slide permanent, something like that. So after that, you will use the diagnostic key of the Laurent Mount and Palmer and other one to identify, and you will give the information of ecology or something like biology. So if anyone have more question about tip collecting yesterday, I think it's like easily at field and use a little bit technique in laboratory. Does anyone has problem? Okay, Dr. Ian.
Thanks, Idipon. Not so much a question, but for the benefit of those who are not so experienced in entomological techniques, this kind of beating technique for collecting, as Idipon mentioned, can be useful for a variety of small insects. In the earliest days, before people used white sheets and white trays for it, the early collectors of beetles would open an umbrella and turn the umbrella upside down and hold it under a branch and hit the branch with a stick. the technique works for insects which have a particular kind of behavior. What behavior is that?
Drop down.
Some insects, when disturbed, close their wings and drop and fall. Others immediately fly away. So the technique is not useful. Some things will drop and hang around for a while and then fly away. So you don't have forever with your thrips sitting on the tray. It is a powerful technique, and a variation on that technique is that people might put a tray or a funnel underneath a branch or flowers or some other kind of plant material, and even spray it with a pyrethroid to knock down everything that is flying there, or not flying there, is sitting there. So that's quite a powerful technique, as used by Thai DOA in their sampling. It has been standardized from one flower to the next, to the next, to the next, for a different kind of flower or different plant material or situation. If you were looking to have similar sampling from one place to the next, you would need similarly to standardize 4 hits and then move on, or put the funnel there for 10 minutes and spray with pyrethroid and then collect. But it's very, very powerful technique for collecting tiny insects. And I think some of you noticed that you were getting other things, and that you didn't get a single bee, although they were very common there. There is some interest in a couple of countries in thrips diagnostics, and I'm watching the time, in thrips diagnostics, and there is a possibility for some training in the future in identification of those.
Okay. Does any country want to share some experience for thrip collecting? Dr. Mumu.
I would like to talk because of some people, they have already experienced on using of protein bait for the management of fruit fly. Because of we also, when we go to the farm, for the farm to set up the fruit fly pheromone trap, farmer also they would like to use protein bait for the management. But who has experience which type of protein bait we have to use? How to use? Lala explained they put the protein bait and some insecticide and the trap. Then at that time we set up like that, but we could not find the fruit fly in the trap, or I don't know. I think some people they have already experience for using our protein bait for the management. Because we also imported protein bait from Thailand, and also we would like to use protein bait for the management. So I would like to know which method is the best for using protein bait for the control of fruit fly. Yeah.
Because Malaysia have lots of fruit flies. Okay. From our experience, what I can say is, it depends on what's your objective of doing this to set up the traps. If you want to do surveillance, you should use all the lures. Which lures that is you have the specific lures that you want to have the specific species of the fruit flies. But if you the objective is to control, for the management, you should use, if you have the specific species, of course you need to put the lure for at least 4 traps per hectares. But for using the protein beds, you can usually in Malaysia we put more than 4 per hectares by using the protein beds. Because protein beds, they can attract both sexes, male and female. So we would like to reduce as much in the population. So that's why we put as many as we can to ensure that we pull out the populations from the farms. But I do not know whether that's how Malaysian practice, but I wasn't sure about Thailand how they practice it. Okay, thank you.
Which kind of insecticide did you add to the propane bed?
Pardon?
Which type of insecticide did you
Usually
add
we use malathaon.
Malathaon.
Because it's sometimes, but differently if we propose that protein bed in the organic area or like urban farms, usually they will put soap only. Soap. So dishwasher soap, liquid. You put it in. You mix it with the liquids.
Liquid with water.
As long the fruit flies cannot fly back and die. Usually the concentration is quite thick. Depends on the dishwasher soap that you used. But usually, if it forms the bubbles, so it is enough for the if you use the soap dish.
And then one question is, you put the protein bait and insecticide in the trap. Did you added also water or not?
Just a tiny level of the
protein bait with insecticide.
We will send emails to Carol for the protein bait set up traps. We have sent to Carol. Tasha has sent Carol the emails on how we set up the traps, and maybe later Carol can distribute the pictures on how we set up this fruit fly traps.
Then after setting, you found some fruit fly in the trap, protein bait trap. You found it or not? Because in our
yes, we have a lot usually. So sometimes they just send like 1 or 2 traps if it's just for the identifications and confirmations, but usually if for the control or management, they just dispose it accordingly. All the samples, all the specimens. Usually they will change the traps like every 2 weeks, something like that.
Yeah, we did like that, but we found many fruit fly in lure trap. We did not find any fruit fly in the
protein bait.
Protein bait trap. Yeah, that's why I'm asking.
Maybe I don't know, but so far after like 10 minutes we set up, there will be lots of fruit flies coming in. So I don't know how. Maybe there is. Maybe you need to check the products. Maybe. Is it the products come from as suggested by DOA of Thailand?
Yeah, DOA Thailand, they are also using.
I just asking.
No, I just asking. I just asked to the one person from DOA. They also using this protein bait.
Or maybe Malaysia can send you for try.
I think protein bait is good because we have and one more experience. We are working with Japanese experts. We also set 3 types of traps: Mitayujino, Kulua, and protein bait. At that time also we could not find any fruit fly species inside the protein bait trap. So that's why.
We will send ours for you to try.
Not due to the product from Thailand.
No.
When we are using product from Japan, a protein-based product, protein from
Because
Japan
of
also we could not find any fruit fly species
because
and the protein-based trap.
protein-based that Malaysia produce is produced by DOA of Malaysia. So actually it's been the concoctions the concoctions of the protein bait is being approved by FAO before this. So maybe we can send you for you to try.
Yeah. Thank you.
And actually, Malaysia can send all of us to try. Yeah, for trying. Yeah, we can try for Malaysia. Yeah. Thanks. Thanks.
Okay, I think the time is up. It's already 10 o'clock. So we move to other presentation by Carol. We give you 10 minutes, Carol. Is that okay? Okay, so the floor is yours. Thank you.
Oh, there you go. Tapunka Satikno, Dr. Satikno. Okay, guys, well, we had quite a good discussion about fruit flies there. So I'm just going to talk about the 11th International Symposium on Fruit Flies of Economic Importance. So the symposium is held every 4 years. This is a picture of me at the last fruit fly symposium, which was held in Mexico, but I kind of self-funded to get there, and it's a chance for scientists, researchers, plant protection officers, anyone who's interested to share knowledge, technologies and experience regarding fruit flies. This year's symposium will be a hybrid, so apart from face-to-face, we'll also have virtual attendance. It's being held in Sydney at the Macquarie University, which is also the Centre for Fruit Fly Biosecurity and Innovation. So I was part, the conference or symposium has never been in Australia, and this is its 40th anniversary. So I was part of the organising committee in Mexico to bring the symposium to Australia. So the programme, it's being held in November. It's quite an extensive programme. All the sessions will be held so that you can actually attend all sessions. There's no concurrent sessions. I was having a look at my emails this morning, and I've been told that so the early bird registration has been extended. The social function is actually a Sydney Harbour cruise, so I'm hoping it will be as good as the Thai Harbour cruise that we went to, although I can't guarantee Bosi will be with us for the fruit fly cruise. So of our STDF countries, how many of our countries are surveying for fruit flies? Does anyone know? Can anyone guess how many of our 8 countries are doing surveying for fruit fly? Mumu, do you know? What were you saying? Yeah. So do you know how many of the 8 countries for our project are doing fruit fly? Yeah, all, yeah, exactly, yeah, thank you. So all of the countries are doing fruit fly surveillance, apart from all the various crops and other pests and diseases. These are all the crops, the target crops and fruit fly species. These are the major economic species that are being surveyed. And all the countries have produced surveillance information with their country reports. They're doing a lot of activities in the field. We've already had a fruit fly workshop. People are producing public awareness materials. So in May, we asked all the countries if they'd like to submit abstracts for the symposium. We received 4 of the project countries submitted abstracts. The abstracts, the notifications of acceptance, they're going to be sent out soon, and that's one of the reasons why they've extended the early bird registration to the 15th of September. Of the 4 STDF project countries that have submitted abstracts, if they're successful, the STDF project will support your attendance and your presence at the symposium, and I guess we'll cover the cruise as well. Ian? Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so is there anyone who would also, if there's anyone who's interested in attending just as a participant, the STDF organising committee, and I'm a member of the organising committee, we can provide a letter of support for you to attend. So if you want to send me an email, I can organise for the organising committee to send you out a letter of support, and then you can apply for funding from various agencies. So we've already had some success. Okay, thank you. Anyone have any questions? Oh, right.
So I can add a little. Those of you who submitted abstracts and are waiting to hear whether your abstract has been accepted, know who you are, and the STDF project will provide support for those people to come to the Sydney Symposium. Other people who may be able to, may wish to attend, we can provide a letter of support, but we can't provide extra funding beyond those people who have already submitted abstracts. All the entomologists can pay attention now. The plant pathologists can stop listening to me. Who amongst the entomologists receive emails from the Tafritid Network for Asia Australasia, TAAO? Who is signed up for that? Put your hand up. Carol? Is free. All you have to do is sign up and you get newsletters about fruit fly stuff. It's a good thing, isn't it, Ewan? Cost you nothing, helps you connect to project work happening in the region. It's the sort of place you could share the problem that we were talking about earlier about lures. And so if we gather some information about lures, we might publish that, might send that to Tao as like a letter to them that they would distribute to more widely. But there is an example of a robust network organized out of Malaysia. Alvin He in the university is like the driving force there. When we write to you with this little questionnaire about lures, we will send the link to that. There are opportunities like this. Take advantage of them. I cannot go around each laboratory or each table and force you to sign up for these existing networks. You have to do some of the work yourself. Okay? Okay, thanks, Sutikno.
Okay, thank you very much. We move on to the last video presentation before a tea break. And I would like to ask Simon, which is already online, and before his presentation, video presentation, is it possible for him to introduce himself first? Simon?
Good morning, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Good, good. Just check sound. Okay. Yes, good morning, everybody. My name's Simon Lawson, and I'm an entomologist with the University of the Sunshine Coast in Australia. And I'm just going to give you a bit of an introduction to activities that are happening in the region in forest health and biosecurity, and some large overlaps with surveillance. So I'd just like to thank the STD committee for inviting us today, and Dr. Madeline and myself are very disappointed we weren't able to be with you in person for the week, but maybe sometime in the future. So next slide, please. So as we know, there are pests and diseases moving all around the world, and one of the main ways they move is through world shipping trade. And here you see a kind of network of all the shipping routes around the world and just how interconnected and what sort of volume there is in the shipping around the world. Next slide, please. The same sort of thing with world air routes, just this huge international interconnection of goods and people moving all around the world. Next slide, please. And in particular, this is a graph showing the increase of container traffic around the world since 2000 to around 2016. And there's a more than threefold increase in container traffic around the world in that period, and probably even more so up to 2020 when the pandemic started. There'll probably be a bit of a dip with the pandemic, but I'm sure that trend will continue to increase. This huge amount of container port traffic around the world. Next slide, please. So, with that in the background, just a bit of an introduction to plantation forestry in Southeast Asia, which is really our main focus of our biosecurity work. So strictly speaking, the bulk of the forestry plantations in the region are made up of acacia and eucalypt species, and there's been a lot of investment in the past from Australia and by each of the countries and various commercial industrial plantation companies in developing the improved germplasm for these species. And they're now very well developed and very highly productive plantations. And so with all of that investment, there's a real need to improve biosecurity in the region to protect these investments from emerging pests and new invasive pests. From an Australian point of view, these plantings actually also act as sentinel plantings, with acacia and eucalypt, of course, being trees that are native to Australia. So they act as, from an Australian point of view, also as early warning systems and also a potential pest source for Australia that could be important in our both our native forests and our plantations. Next slide, please. So this is an example of a huge issue that's arisen in plantation forestry in Southeast Asia in the last 10 years or so. This is Ceratocystis wilt disease, Ceratocystis manginicans. In the background, you can see a plantation of Acacia mangium, which has been the most widely planted species in the region for pulp and paper production. And you can see nearly all of the trees in that plantation is now dead or dying, and in the foreground is a plantation of eucalyptus, probably Eucalyptus felita, which is much more resistant to the disease and is looking nice and green and healthy. So there has been a huge swap now with Acacia mangium plantations being removed and replaced by Eucalyptus species, particularly in Indonesia and Vietnam, where this disease has been very prevalent. So we're talking of hundreds of thousands or millions of hectares affected by this disease, this single disease. Next slide, please. So we can say that invasive pests and diseases are coming in, and they'll continue to come in the future due to that huge amount of increased trade and people movement. So the question is, what can we do to reduce that risk? Next slide, please. So just to give you a little bit of history of recent ACR projects in the region that have been focused broadly on forest biosecurity. There was a project we just completed in the Mekong region just a couple of years ago, which is on biological control of galling insect pests of eucalypt plantations, and we did a little bit of surveillance in that project as well. And another project that focused on management strategies for acacia plantation diseases, and ceratocystis was one of those. That was conducted by the University of Tasmania. So these two projects finished around about the same time, and we held our project final reviews together. And there was quite an overwhelming consensus on a need to enhance regional capacity in Southeast Asia to monitor pest threats and respond effectively to them. This led to the development of an ACR small research activity project, scoping for a forest biosecurity network in Southeast Asia. And if the talk gets circulated, you can go to the link at the bottom of the page to find out more about that project. Next slide, please. So some of the outcomes from that scoping project, we did a survey. Of course, this project happened right in the middle of the pandemic, so most of our activities were carried out online. So we did an online survey and also a WhatsApp discussion group, which I'll get to in a minute. But essentially, we got a good idea of the current biosecurity capacity, knowledge and priorities for the stakeholders in the region. We also reviewed the regulations, laws, trade conventions and treaties for biosecurity in the region, particularly as they pertain to forestry, and there's a paper produced from that, which we'll move to a little later in the presentation. We also reviewed past and current investment in biosecurity in the region and started initiating this network to try and deliver better coordinated responses, enhancing capability and capacity in the region. And one of the main focuses that we're very keen to do is try and bridge this gap between forestry and agricultural biosecurity agencies. So in almost all countries, the forestry sits in a separate department from the agriculture department, which is where the quarantine and biosecurity section sits. So we'd like to get better integration of forestry into general biosecurity in the region. Next slide, please. So there you can see some of the training and knowledge needs that came up through the project, and I'm afraid I can't really read all of those on my screen, but one of the ones that came up as one of the main priorities, this you can see the survey used a Likert scale from 1 to 7, so the high priority ones there are ones that exceed 6, and one of those was in fact on forest pest and disease surveillance. There was another one on diagnostics, better diagnostics, and better management, for example. Next slide, please. We also asked participants about skills needs, and there was a lot more variation between countries here, and not such large differences in skills needs. So that was interesting. There were a few on looking at or influencing government regulation of policies with regard to forest pests, also about negotiating biosecurity needs with partners in other countries in the region were a couple of the ones that were more important. Next slide, please. As I said before, we also had some discussion groups on WhatsApp and also online via survey. And there's quite a lot of agreement between our partner countries. So one of the things that came up was this limited ability to deliver on biosecurity activities because of limited funding, limited training opportunities, lack of lab facilities, and lack of skilled and trained personnel, which they thought limited their ability to conduct their jobs and limited the biosecurity capacity. It was acknowledged that governments do provide good training opportunities in a range of areas, including policy, diagnostics, surveillance, pest mapping, but they tend to occur infrequently and often limited in the number of places available. And from a forestry point of view, a lot of those opportunities come up within the agriculture departments rather than forestry, and so there's poor, even less training opportunities available to people in the forestry departments. So the major themes, again, were more training and diagnostic surveillance and new technologies. Next slide, please. So these outcomes led to the development of two new ACR projects around forest biosecurity in Southeast Asia. Those two projects are focused on delivering better science and policy in forest biosecurity in Southeast Asia. And there are two sister projects, one which is run out of the University of Tasmania, which is on managing risk in Southeast Asian forest biosecurity. They have three main areas of focus. One is screening for tolerance to the key pests and diseases. The other one is using drone technology for early detection of pests in plantations. And the third area is looking at modelling the impact of climate change on the key biosecurity, forest biosecurity risks in the region. And the project that Dr. Madeline and I are involved in is the one titled Building an Effective Forest Biosecurity Network in Southeast Asia. We have 6 partner countries: Cambodia, Indonesia, Laos, Malaysia, Thailand and Vietnam. There are web links to each of the projects there if you want to find out more information. Our project is really about enhancing capacity, improving networks within the region, delivering some better surveillance, improving diagnostics and reporting, and overall trying to get better forest biosecurity happening in the region. Next slide, please. So one of the priorities was certainly forest surveillance, and so that's something that we really want to address in this project. But the question then becomes, where is the best place to focus that biosecurity surveillance? Next. So carrying out forest health surveillance in plantations and natural forests is useful for a lot of reasons, for detecting damage, for monitoring damage, for looking at trends in damage over time, etc. But next slide, next please. It's not very good at detecting low densities of cryptic pest species. So a cryptic pest species might be a stem borer of a tree, which is rather hard to pick up. Next. And even if you do detect a new exotic pest in a plantation or natural forest, it's most likely been there for some time. Next. And so your chance of being able to eradicate it then is rather low. If you do still try to eradicate it, the cost is going to be much higher than if you detected it much earlier, or if you're even slow the spread programs are not going to be as effective. Next. So around the world, it's now kind of agreed that detecting and managing new exotic pests is really more effectively done by doing surveillance at high-risk sites, and these are usually in urban areas. Next slide, please. So this is something that's called high-risk surveillance. You may or may not be familiar with this terminology, but it's really the front line of post-border risk reduction. And we target sites of high risk for introduction of new exotic pests and diseases. And there are various types of high-risk sites. Next. So primary high-risk sites are pretty obviously things like seaports and airports. And then we move on to some secondary sites, which can be what we used to call in Australia quarantine-approved premises or container opening sites. This is where containers are moved directly from the port to a warehouse in an urban area without having been inspected at the port. Next. There are also botanic gardens are a high-risk site. The number of different tree species at a botanic gardens, which are potential hosts for new exotic pests, is very high. High-traffic tourist areas are also high-risk sites. And then we have urban forests and plantations that are nearby urban areas. So these are the areas that we want to focus high-risk surveillance on. Next slide, please. So it's been a lot of talk this morning on trapping and trapping techniques and trapping systems. So in regard to forestry, the techniques that we prefer to use are, next, sentinel plants. So these would be species of particular interest that we would provision at a high-risk site and then monitor for occurrence of priority exotic pests and diseases. Next. The next one is what we call, and New Zealand also calls, blitz surveys. So these focus on transects which are set up in amongst trees and woody vegetation near the high-risk sites, and using techniques, as Ian was talking about before, with the beating trays and intense sampling of leaves for foliage, pathogens, etc. We will be doing a little bit of this in our new project, but whilst this is a very effective technique, it also demands a very high amount of diagnostic skills, especially on the disease side. Next. And just backing up again what we talked about this morning, it's using also traps baited with pheromones or pheromones. And in our case, we're mainly targeting bark and wood-boring insects. Next slide, please. So these wooden bark-boring beetles are among the most important tree pests globally. They're often transported in woody materials such as crating, dunnage and pallets. And apart from being pests themselves, many of them are also vectors for various tree pathogens. Next slide, please. So with high-risk site surveillance probably giving the best value for detecting new exotic pests early, we've set this up as one of the main focuses in the Forest Biosecurity Network for the region. Next, please. So we can see that high-risk site surveillance helps to develop good biosecurity by bringing in a whole range of different aspects that you need to have thought about or to have implemented or to be developing policy for. So these include, next please, knowing what pests you've got. So to be able to determine what you don't want, you need to have a baseline data on what pests are already present in your country. Next please. So yes, leading on from that, you can then start developing pest lists of the priority pests that you don't want to come into your country. Next please. And that then starts getting you thinking about determining what pathways for exotic pest entry there are, so pest risk analysis. Next, please. Which then gets you to start focusing on identifying and categorising risk sites, so pathway analysis and risk identification at these sites. Next, please. once you've done that, how do you trap or detect beetles, detect pests at high-risk sites? So you need to have a good research base, which traps are good, which lures are good, etc., etc. On the right there, you can see the kind of trap that we use. It's a intercept panel trap, specifically developed for forestry pests. Next slide, please. Just continuing on what a high-risk site surveillance can do to improve biosecurity. Next. So it also brings in developing what diagnostic capacity gaps you may have and strengths that you may have in your country. So once we put the traps out and start trapping beetles, you need to be able to identify what species you have in your traps. Next, please. And then, of course, most importantly, being able to report that. Having the data by itself is not very useful. So you need to be able to share this with other people in the region, and then also to be able to act on international reporting obligations through the IPPC, etc. Next, please. And then, of course, you need to be able to have plans in place in case you do find a new important exotic pest or disease. So what happens next? Do you have an incursion response? And who pays for it? These are all sorts of questions that this brings into play. Next, please. So bringing this all together, this informs biosecurity planning and policy development in general, which hopefully will lower the risk of any new exotic pests and diseases coming into a country. Next slide, please. And this all requires collaboration and cooperation across the region, which is what our project is focused on doing. Next slide, please. So just going back to one of the things I mentioned before, pest identification and reporting. So I'm not sure, some of you may be familiar with the My Pest Guide app. Next, please. Which has been produced by the Department of Agriculture in Western Australia, and there are various crop-specific applications. In Australia, we're now developing one of them for trees and forestry, My Pest Guide Tree. Next, please. And we are going to add a Southeast Asia module to this, so there will be a module where you can choose where you are, and it'll come up with the pests and diseases for this region. In particular, we'll focus just on eucalypt and acacia pests, but there is the capacity to widen that later. Next, please. And the My Pest Guide app also links to My Pest Reporter, so you can take images and submit a report, and the intention is that would be triaged by the project team, who may then involve other people outside the project for doing diagnoses. Next, please. And this is something we've been in discussions with Dr. Ian, a little bit about, is how we might be able to link this project to the ASEAN Regional Diagnostic Network Clearinghouse to get confidential identifications of various pests and diseases. Next slide, please. And then the project also has some specific reporting needs. So these are around general surveillance and how to collect data on the high-risk site surveillance. So Dr. Carroll mentioned this some time ago in a meeting we had, the COBO toolbox. So we've been investigating this system. And we found it quite easy to build activity-specific forms. You don't need to know any coding. I've managed to build some forms, and I certainly don't know any computer coding. So another good thing about this system, it's very easy to modify the forms on the fly. So you can think about all of the fields that you need in your form while you're sitting at your desk in the office, and then when you get out in the field, you think, oh, it would be good if we had this extra field. And you can do that as long as you have an internet connection. You can do that and then deploy the new form very quickly. It's a browser-based app, so it works across all platforms. Even if you're out of internet connection, it will save your forms within the browser and then upload them to the server when the connection is restored. Another great thing about this is you can deploy it in any language, which is really very important across this region in particular, I think. Next slide, please. So just getting back to the focus of STDF, so there are some certainly market access and sanitary and phytosanitary measure issues. I did talk about this review that Dr. Madeline, myself and our co-authors published in the International Forestry Review, I think is the name of the journal, in late December. We can provide you with copies of that if you like. But some of the things that came out of that were across the region there's kind of inconsistent application of the ISPMs, International Standards for Phytosanitary, and in particular ISPM 15, which is about solid wood packaging, ISP 11, which is pest risk analysis, ISPM 36, which is the plants for planting protocol, and ISPM 39, which is a protocol about international movement of wood. So there's a lot of inconsistency across the countries, which they would benefit from a more integrated approach. Across the region, it varies also. So Vietnam, for example, has a very export-dependent plantation industry. I think that industry in exports in 2020 was worth around $12 billion. So that's a substantially large export industry for Vietnam. So they're very dependent on the export markets and having a good market access. And we also within the region have some import-dependent plantation industries or timber industries. And at the moment, for example, Laos would be an example of that, where there's a large pulp and paper plant that's been built, but the local industry currently cannot supply that. So there's a lot of import of wood material, which is of course a risk to the local industry as it develops. And there's certainly a limited amount of surveillance taking place to be able to demonstrate area freedom for various forestry pests across the region. Next slide, please. So another thing that might be worth STDF considering is cross-sector collaboration. So the high-risk site surveillance that we're doing may be of some benefit across various industries as well. So there's quite a lot of overlap between forest pests and diseases, and also pests of tree crops in particular. The type of trapping that we're doing at the high-risk sites, those traps will also start trapping some of those pests, in particular bark beetles, ambrosia beetles, and cerambycids. And I guess the big question is how can we enable that cross-sector collaboration on high-risk site surveillance? Next slide, please. So we're planning for the main project outcomes of our ACR project is to build this effective and sustainable forest biosecurity network for Southeast Asia. So it's enabling this closer cooperation on collaboration on science and policy across the region. And that word sustainable is very much in our focus, because we want this to be able to continue after the life of the project. And so our focus really is to be able to influence policy such that biosecurity investments can be directed in the most cost-effective way and within the context of each country. And I'll say thank you, and I'm very happy to answer any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Simon. Is there any question to him? Jan, you want to comment on this?
Thanks very much, Simon, for making the time and for a wonderful presentation. You all should be very excited about this. This is like the parallel universe. For a quick question for the room. Many of you represent national plant protection organisations with quarantine responsibilities. Put your hand up if you are conscious of surveillance by your people, your organisation for forest health pests. Lao conscious, PNG, Malaysia. Vietnam. Good. Some consciousness. A couple of things that I picked out that are especially resonate with me, that I think are especially relevant to things we have been talking about. One is that firstly, the point is that some of the pests of interest to the Forest Health Surveillance Network originate in Southeast Asia and are now attacking Australian trees, Australian species of trees that have been planted. And they are of interest to us, to Australia, as a biosecurity risk we weren't aware of before. Other pests that could turn up in the region could be Australian pests well adapted to the trees in Australia that are come this way without good biosecurity and the adoption of measures. The concept of high risk sites, HRSS, we haven't talked about that in the past couple of days, but that should be one thing that's on your mind. Simon and I have talked many times about many aspects of his work and the forest health surveillance projects as they have evolved. One of the opportunities, for example, as Simon mentioned, is that the Regional Diagnostic Network project, with which some of you are closely associated, funded by a different source. There are some things in that Regional Diagnostic Network project which could align very closely, very usefully with the forest health surveillance activity. The work of the clearinghouse, the recording and documentation of expertise in the region, perhaps some training. A specific small example perhaps is that in the Regional Diagnostic Network project we have an activity to develop illustrated manuals for quarantine inspectors. Perhaps some of the forest pests could be included in one of those manuals in the future. I was especially keen for you all to hear the approach that the forestry project is taking to the collection and management of data. You noticed one app or system which we haven't talked about here, and one which you have heard about, the Kobo Toolbox. I'll come back to you, Simon, with a quick question in a moment. The final point I would make now is that our project here, funded by the STDF, is coming towards a conclusion. If we do not initiate new activities to keep this surveillance network alive, there is a risk that surveillance for agricultural pests, the things that interest most of the people in this room, is going to tail off, and then there will be a project on forest health surveillance. That's not a satisfactory disconnect. We need to keep this network alive with projects. So, Simon, could you clarify, for the benefit of the room, with regard to collection of data, My Pest Guide would is it correct to say that that would depend on the database maintained in Australia, but in the cloud? That particular option depends on an Australian connection for the surveillance data. Over to you, Simon.
Yes, that's true, Ian. So yeah, that does reside on a server or cloud server with the Western Australian Department of Agriculture, and but it is separated from all of the other My Pest Guide and My Pest Reporter data that goes on there. I think there are pretty good protections about who can access the data. I'm not an expert on that area, but that's something that we will discuss more with our partners once we start the project running and people start accessing the app and submitting queries in the first instance. So our intention would be to retain all of that information within the project and keep that data confidential to the people who are submitting the inquiries at this stage. But it's certainly something we're taking a kind of quietly step-by-step approach to this without being very prescriptive at the start about what systems are in place in regards to confidentiality of data. But and we'll be discussing this more and more with our partners as we advance in the project. Does that answer your question, Ian?
Yeah, thanks, Simon. Yes, I think that was very clear. Any other thoughts or responses from the room here? If you saw the list of contributing or participating countries, if your sister agency, Forest Health Agency, collects surveillance data and they offered it to the National Plant Protection Agency, or a copy of those data on insects and other arthropod and plant pathogen occurrences, if they offered you a copy of that data, what would you do with it? I'm wondering who I will pounce on. Ms. Conservan from Laos looks alarmed. What would you do with it? Any idea?
For the data that some kinds of the specimen, for example, cassava, there's we work with seed, and then we share the picture or information into the cloud with the CS website, but some for the forestry, I also attended the surveillance in forestry, that I only have the data in my lab. I just keep just hard copy and photo in the computer. But another, because I know that in Laos, for forest surveillance, that one in the University of Laos, they also have some specimen there. But I'm not sure in plant pathology. But for the insect, I saw that they have. But for my specimen, that just take the picture and then get the GPS and just hard copy and keep in my lab. I'm not share yet.
And then that does not answer the question, and you cannot answer the question, how does the quarantine team, how do they get at?
For situation in Laos, for Surveillance&Pest, and this is only Plant Protection Center. For the quarantine team, that I just got some sample that if they have the problem in the border, they just collect the sample and send to me to identification that I have. But it's the few the sample that I got from the pen quarantine. Yeah, but in Laos, in pen quarantine, they don't have the lab. Just we have only one lab for identification in pen protection center. Yeah.
So Ian, may I just add one thing there? So in each country we have two partner organisations. So one is either the National Forest Research Institution, or in Thailand it's Kazakhstan University. But the second partner is the quarantine agency. So we want the forestry teams to be working very closely with the quarantine agencies in every country. Yeah. And I think that was illustrated by the number of countries that put their hands up, because in Laos, in the previous project, we got very good relations between forestry, between NAFRI and the Plant Protection Department in Vietnam. As you know, Ian, we've had connections going back a long time between forestry and quarantine there, and also I think Malaysia. So I just wanted to add that.
Yeah, thanks, Simon. I understood that and hope that you would interject. For the people in the room, an action, it is not for me to do. It is for you to make sure you know who is involved and the individuals and the teams that are involved in the Forest Health Project, and make some connection to them. In Thailand, is there much connection between DOA and forestry? The forestry collection is just a walking distance from you.
Actually, in Thailand, we separate between the Department of Agriculture and Department of the Forestry. And I know the Department of the Forestry had like the good collection for the insect collection as well, but we never been there. It seems like even the department is not so far. But yeah, it's quite hard to get into that collection. Yeah. And also I know we have like the Faculty of Forestry in Kazakhstan University. I think they conduct the research, something like that. Yeah, for the insect, the red insect. Yeah. But yeah, that's why we never been to the insect collection for the Department of Forestry. That's why I don't have any idea for that project. Yep. Okay. It seems like you have something to say. Say it. You can say it.
The time is actually already up. It's 11 o'clock already.
Could you help me?
We are eating tea time, so no more tea time. I think it's enough. I need to check whether in the list of participants, Simon is there. Email address also. So that is good. So basically I want to tell that if you need something urgent or you need clarification from him, in the list of participants, his name is there and email address is there, so you can directly communicate with him. Yeah? So
yes, and if I might add, we're very happy to share the presentation with the whole group. So
right, yeah. So okay, I think Thank you very much, Simon. And then, of course, to show our appreciation, and let's.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now we move on. We have a limited time, so I will give you, instead of 30 minutes, 15 minutes tea time. 1-5, not 5-0. 1-5 minute for tea break, and then come back for the next session. Yeah? 11:10. Okay? So thank you very much.
Any project ideas too, your piece of paper for new things to do? going to start the next session now. For this session, you will need the discussion sessions handout, discussion sessions for 25 August, and it has a graphic like that on it. You need that. You also need this from your handout, something to do with the monitoring and evaluation framework. So you need that. I will now ask you to go to the groups, the discussion groups that you joined Tuesday. Is anybody forgetful and cannot remember where they went? Completely forgetful. Okay, so forgetful people can come, like Shahuni can come to this group down here. So one group up there, I think Dr. Bosi facilitating. Yeah. One group there, Carol facilitating. One group here. We have about 45 minutes to discuss the issues and questions for 25 August. In each group, you need elect someone to write and someone to report back. We will have reporting between 12 and 12:30. So in each group, the person who writes and reports can be the same person as did the work on Tuesday, or it can be somebody different. That is all I have to say. All of the rest of the talking must come from you. And I do not see anybody moving to their group. Ah, yeah, okay. So what happened to this group? Nobody. Elected. Thank you very much. Thank you, Myanmar. Okay, so now this session, we look for some feedback to help with reporting on the project. And the first question is relating to this. First question relates to this. Which issues that were identified by APPC and APPC long ago Which issues and problems did this project help? Where did we contribute? And here you see national organisations, funding, diagnostic capacity, So for your country, maybe, which issues, which problems do you think the project helps? Can you bear in mind? What was the So it's provided funding. So it provided funding while the project lasted. When the project finished, does the funding from Malaysian government pick up, or funding from the Malaysian government same as before? What about for Myanmar? What do you think the funding for the project? We have the money now. Government, sort of like this, you submit it to surveillance, and when we eventually transfer money to you, you will use it for traps or something or other. It's all useful. But the funding was not, you did the work without the funding. You were able to do it.
Yeah.
In Laos, funding.
In Laos, in funding after we actually finish the project. Maybe we can request some funding. What we should write how patient, how challenge, what we can show that maybe advanced movement will be around for the more test or something like that for
For Cambodia?
Cambodia is Malaysia. That after the project, and the BBL or the government.
Just first, effect on the funding effect. Could you have done the surveillance without the funding from STDF? Could you have done it, or
No.
no? Okay. We can come back to other points in a minute. And if you want to do surveillance in the future, government money maybe not enough. For Vietnam, about funding.
With the STDF project, I think looking at international organisation, I think that's the surveillance country. So
And for Thailand,
a major
project funding helpful, but you could do some surveillance even without.
did it help with surveillance in a big way
So,
or small way?
for the other issues, like efficient collection of
Major help
project has
with countries
small impact or big impact.
major help. So the major contribution, so the STDF project was the major contribution when it came to national surveillance.
Consolidation and management of data. Helpful? Big help? Yeah.
So, when it came to funding
Only
for the surveillance,
the work of
was the
your
STDF project
officers.
major help with
Nobody else
funding or
organisation doing any collecting data.
So funding was a major. So if no funding, because the other day when we talked about funding for surveillance, it was all dependent on government things, but having the additional funding support was a major help.
SPDF project only, we don't have any project.
Yeah, okay, so
ขึ้นแล้วพี่กดแล้ว
We haven't got
That is not like
any
each channel
budget
to
for
be able
this
to
project.
aggregate data from different places.
Only technology. We have
only the
for this project.
So
For national
when it came to
organisation
the methodologies for each target pest and to achieve the specific objectives. So again, a major contribution.
Major contribution.
Yeah.
for deciding what to do to plan and manage the surveillance? Project have some impact on that?
Yeah, we have got the training from this project, how to design, how to
Right. For deciding your targets, project help with that? Methodology, how to do it, what to do when you got that, helpful for that? For diagnostic capacity?
Dah buat tuan dulu lah.
reference materials from provide.
Did the project make it easier to report, to provide reports?
Phải có qua cùng với con ghé trung vệ.
No.
Okay. Can I write that from like during the project? You put like number 1, number 2, because that's like
Yeah, do that.
because we don't have any numbers on there.
Now available, but not
Do we need to put a number or just 20?
You can say that maybe a national organization, the countries, Cambodia. To which issues did the project contribute? Try to define a major and a minor. Yeah, you can say minor and major. There's more. There's gonna be. There's a lot more. So which issues did the project contribute? Which we can try and see which are the major ones and the minor.
Major could be efficient collection of the data.
Yeah.
Methodology specific to target areas to achieve specific objectives.
So I think what you mentioned, there's more structured, efficient data collection. Marilyn? What was it?
Right. That's all right. Red or thank you. The same. Maybe drang and rang.
All right. So what were the what do you feel from here were the major ones? Write that down. Does everyone agree? Do you have something different?
In my opinion, diagnostic capacity is not built up from this project. We use the methodology originally what to support the surveillance. Mainly start on surveys, on collect the data.
You're right.
Yeah.
You're right.
But diagnostic capacity is how to identify.
Yeah, after collection.
Yeah, after collection. Yes.
So that is minor. So this would be minor.
Yeah, minor. In my opinion.
Okay. In your view, in PNG's view as well, or what do you think?
Yeah, I think so.
Data management, data collection.
Data collection.
Okay, so but this one is like major or
Minor.
Major efficient collection of the data.
Wow.
We collect, we have our own methodology, but it is more structured.
In terms of time consuming, I think it was.
And also easy to get all the data that we survey into the file somewhere using geo.core like that. It will
uploading them into the
easily to organize as well.
About the methodology, especially with the because the identity.
I'm agreed.
So now we have to look at this scoring thing.
And I think other major thing is visualization and interpretation of data and reporting.
Middle column, like the description, and the color.
Very good.
What we want to do here if there is anything that you would especially like to highlight for your family, and then maybe regionally harmonized training and an indicator of that
harder one, maybe I'm thinking is prioritizing, planning and managing. So we identified our priorities, yes, and then we plan, and then we actually, yes, that would be the main, one of the major.
Just select after that, minor we can follow what they need.
Because all important.
Yeah, all it is related to it. Maybe just select only major and the rest will be minor.
And another major one would be this visualization and interpretation of data and you agree? Did you say?
This project shows us how to interpret data we have. It should be a major. If we show them that the funding is not a major,
it is major. Delayed funding. Did you do your part
I think it's topic. We found Now we have like a database, but it's individual. Each person, if you put it in kind of one stop or the destination, and
Let us activity. One
and also if there are some
we did some training on right at the beginning, and there's
identical or secret or anything. You should have the level of access into the data too. Identity.
What's that?
น้องความลับอ่ะชั้นความลับอ่ะอะไรนะไอเดนอะไรนะ
what happens if the question is what happens
Identity.
Identity. Not ID, not ID. Oh, is it?
You need a password or something?
No.
Access.
The level, the access code, even though our data will be released or to the person who not. I will restart again.
Okay.
It will be
To be granted access. So you want to be granted access to the database.
My database already sent through the system, but I'm not validated yet or not confirmed yet. But if you also can access, you saw the data, you use that data straight away
if I
They said, no, it's not validated yet. It will be not that 100% sure of the information that we got from the field. Because when we go to the field trip, we have to have a look on each data. Is that correct or incorrect?
Okay. So you need
So if
validate what we have, so it can be made available for.
So have established a database on a platform, have it validated for official use.
That's right.
Okay.
And
all right.
That in each country,
it be kind of like the admin stuff. If I'm not validated yet and you work on it something, so it might not
be correct. Okay. Fine. So one indicator will say what should we highlight? One indicator other than reports, other than reporting is number of databases established. Is that right? Do we agree? Okay. Let's move.
Because sometimes the survey is not as normal. I would like to use the structure for every kind of pest, including quarantine pests, but some quarantine pests we need to verify as well. So the confidential thing that we protect our data.
it is possible to deliver to new staff and system function. And that also answers question 1.4. We did two questions at once. Next page. Activity 2.3. I am happy from reports that mostly you can do all of this. You tell us, so you need to try and remember what you told us. Would you say that in general, the operational plans were followed, or did you have to change the plans a lot? Or the plans for surveillance, mostly you stuck to them? What about capture specimens? People keeping your here? Vietnam, capture specimens go to collection? Yes? Myanmar? Bangkok? Yeah. Malaysia? Consistent? Yep. So we have just done activity 2.3. Nobody collaborated with Plant-wise. No, didn't happen. It's okay. I knew that already. Activity 2.4. We don't need to worry about numbers and things here. Yeah, I think if anybody has a problem with identification of their targets, we did a little bit of training, but nobody told me they have a problem. Is that true? Activity 2.4. Act 2.3. Data digitized. Yep. Not possible for you to say anything about individual entries. You cannot get into that. If, when we look at your reports, the bundles of reports, there is no information for that or not enough, we'll come back and ask you. So information, cannot do anything with that. For activity 3.1, technical manuals, we'll ask you for the numbers, the status is survey areas. So for this one, activity 3.1. Did you have any difficulty working on the surveillance data means? What's the meaning of ask a different question to something that you see written there. Was the information from the surveillance enough to answer the question you had in your mind? Or sometimes not enough data?
You will know by then something
I could see that in the reports and the data that maybe helped to answer some questions, but not enough to really know what the best was doing. Maybe we have to do surveillance for more years. Maybe we have to do surveillance in some different crops. Or this project did not fix all of the problems. Okay, 3.2. Organisation is not initially relearning the podcast statements. This question. So this last page, maybe we can simplify the questions. Firstly, who did you collaborate with for your surveillance? In Cambodia, who was collaborating? What organized? At least who? Provincial Department of Agriculture in Vietnam, who did you collaborate with? Did you need any? Maybe you did it all yourself. Farmers?
Including human disease.
In Myanmar?
One friend is first, now on the care to so based and
And evaluation of what?
We have representative from our division to the survey, and we also collaborate with State Department of Agriculture and State Agriculture Department, State Agriculture, and also the organization that involved in the crop. Not from a group. It's like for farm, like our farm, we collaborate with the oil palm plantation, and the other ministries also.
In Thailand?
The stakeholders involved in agriculture, right? It's not remain, I mean, still remain, but the number is not.
So for like extension work or communication. Excuse me. I'm allergic to Emily. Can you produce some posters? Posters or handouts?
ถ้าเราเดินถ้าสมมติผมเดินไปข้างหรือว่าเดินไปข้างนู้นเดินไปข้างนู้นน่าจะจบดี
In Malaysia, what did you produce?
Was the video?
Video, that's right. I forgot about the video.
TikTok.
So we may need to come back to you to confirm that we have copy of all of this already. Okay, thank you very much. Let's go to back to the question. We finish on the monitoring and evaluation. How can the templates that you got for planning and preparing how can we improve them?
So when we have teams deployed in organization, we know that we are making progress for this activity.
For 100% happy.
We are working on a very rigid system. Do you have names? Do you have responsibilities? Do you have mission?
The database is belong to each person. Like I have a database.
Personal database.
So for many times, like when we talk about we have the center of the database.
We also have the same problem.
Project funding, you gave everybody money or
We don't have cloud. Because if we talk about the
Keep quiet. I know you're never getting money.
confidential at the end for the fund to maintain that crown.
Was the money
belong to
enough?
if we find somewhere to place crown, for example, in Singapore, they don't have money to play there, it's kind of we lost the key. This way, we see it and
For the time and the
This is your last day.
That's right.
One of the in-house pest information and the release of what is described in the project is that I have seen
If you remember, right back in the beginning, we had like, this is how much money we had in total, but we tried very hard to give people what they asked for. I was a little worried because that was more than 5 years ago that we agreed on that. And inflation caused different problems. More or less, this was not a project. It was the actual cash. Okay. We have two more questions really. What resources do you think you need in your organization or country for surveillance? So you have estimate money, stock, you have templates and skills. What is necessary to keep going in the future with the more?
What about so what about in-country surveillance?
Introduction trainings and also the advanced for
you only share with
the surveillance and also the identification training. Like next year we will have the SC. Identification and also self-detection.
learning by doing activities that they enjoy and
apply for some external funding or other organizations who are providing some support, other organizations who are already providing some support.
And also in the
Let's go to the next question. This will be the last one. How to connect with other
either collaborate with other agencies or either with the department itself. So like institution and government have pushed for the national surveillance program for Thailand. So that
I mean, the surveillance and you are surveillance according to ISPM6 program. If that's what you did, surveillance training be done in the future.
It will also include the trainings for the
Can I write national surveillance program? I think every country has
their own, so just the sources of the funding. Yeah, actually the fund is limited. We need to like integrate together with others outsource funding, but at least the major or the core part of the project is actually both. The trends and also we plan for that.
Not so much chance for comparing experiences.
But you will start with facts and then when you got data,
and you have no time, then there is a chance for leisure to say, we have a project on repairs and some people with the problem. But if the agenda of short and paper, offline, so I think we stop there because
we have to be faster.
How many of you have gone for everyone now?
I know the
Because from Gabby side, funding is good. So I think what are the priorities are partially, we can write partially.
So where is this?
We've just done skills
Oh, you're still there. And what other question about that?
We did. Yeah, that's why I'm saying
You finished that one, and you are working through there. What, you need another 10 minutes or so? Another 10 minutes or?
10 minutes. And we'll just do yes, no.
Can we go down to lunch like in 10 minutes or 5 minutes early or something? Maybe we have to have reporting after lunch. Where are you up to? Yeah, and how about the other questions?
Yes, I mean, yes, no.
Any feedback? Okay, important. Quick comment on that. Anything like that. Quick comment. We can go till 12:30. Do the reporting after lunch. Okay.
All right. Surveillance planning templates and protocol used in this project. Yes.
But he's more
Voucher specimens.
Any improvement in the
voucher specimens. Where will they be detained?
I will let them show collection.
So this one is translation.
All yes?
Yes.
It's okay.
And that's how both insects and pathogens?
Yes.
All locally? Offline. Internationally?
To use it offline. To use it offline.
Voucher specimens.
Yes.
So if you have the same
Now, internationally.
So internationally.
Maybe you can tell you in local language.
Any other
For keeping, for retaining the sample. The storage. Yeah, the storage if you are sending.
Anything that needs to be done in the template.
Okay, next.
Any other country that still needs to see that they are
basic interpretation of
PNG, we're not Malaysia.
So sharing of records.
Number 2 is okay. This is most important. Number 2, very important.
The version that we use, because now we use based on the iOS device.
Okay, version.
But I would like, can we use
Both Android and iOS. Okay, so to be tailored for Android and iOS.
Sometimes it's quite like a joke, like anyone who has iPhone come to the field.
Okay, so you want it inclusive across all operating systems?
Like Kobo Box only on Android.
Okay.
So I'm thinking about, do I have to buy a new phone?
Okay, I know. All right. How about feedback on project funding? The question is, was the operation of funding adequate? And were there any other things that you can bring and say them now Feedback on project funding. Was the operational funding adequate? Did I hear someone saying about funding? Huh?
Did we give you enough money?
Enough money to do the work?
Can I say honestly?
Yes.
No.
No. Okay. That is okay. No. Okay. Honestly. Yes. And you? It was no. Okay. All right.
You are sophisticated now. You know the right answer. No.
Okay. Well, did someone say that? I heard someone say that it was not coming on time. At the beginning, it was on time.
Yeah. Sometimes we plan already to go, but we don't have no funds. Yeah. So everything will be delayed.
So administrative systems for government to government, money going out and money getting in, it is like the worst possible way to try to move money. If you want to buy something from commercial supplier, and then a motorbike appears with the thing. Government to government, really hard.
And of course, there were big delays for the obvious status of the world, the global pandemic. Yeah, but so, what would you, if assuming there was another pandemic next month? I'm not saying it's coming, but if it is there, okay, what can you do differently? What can you do differently? Now that we have gone through all that, we have lessons learned. So if something came up next month, what is it that you can do? More prepared? Okay. What else? More communication amongst each other? Yeah, what else? Yeah? The risk management plan? Okay, yeah. Yeah. First response?
How do you respond?
Nationally, how do you respond? How do you respond? All right. So the other thing is, what resources do you think you will need in your organization or in your country for security? What resources do you think you will need in the future to help you or to assist you or to facilitate you in doing the surveillance? What other resources can you think of that you will need in the future? A system with a good data management. Let me write that. That is one. That is Malaysia. Oh, diagnostic experts. Okay.
Improve diagnostic.
Improved diagnostic capacity. All right. What else? There's something, a system with okay, complete. All right. Any other thing? Any other thing? How about reporting and data interpretation? Yes. After you have collected the data, how you can interpret?
Less complicated.
The
interpreted the data from the So we solve the problem of the training the trainer too.
Yeah. And sometimes in the college, the data is but they don't have to interpret.
So it's like a system or a software that can help you. Okay.
Not only that, but also the point that we can any application anything that we can use on our own devices.
What? Early warning system. Okay. 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 What else? Is that all? Do you agree with those things in unanimous agreement? Okay. How can you connect with other national or regional surveillance activities?
That's not good. Okay. Yep.
How can you connect with other national and regional surveillance activities? Connecting. How do you connect? Symposium. Yeah. Networking opportunities. How about now you people, you know each other. When you go to your country, are you going to just go and keep quiet? Can you have a connection amongst each other? How will you do that? What will you use? With what? WhatsApp group? Facebook? Connection. Social media or WhatsApp or whatever platform that you feel comfortable, and the purpose will be for what? To share WhatsApp is better? Yes. Okay. You can actually, one of you can stand up and say, now we want to and you call it whatever, whatever. Up to you. It's up to you to say, yeah? To share surveillance methods, to share what ideas. Like what Malaysia shared about the protein bit and everything. That's a very good way to ask questions. Momo can ask questions there. The what? The new technology. Right. Okay. Yeah. All right. The last one, what ideas do we have for future surveillance-related activities? Future surveillance-related activities. Do we have those ideas, or do we say that? Surveillance ideas. That one is connecting to, and how can we develop these ideas into proposals or to actions or strategies? Do we have any other? I thought I'm talking about wanting to surveillance something else as a new idea for the future. Remember when we were asking about the different countries to what ideas you have that can be considered for future proposals, or don't you have any ideas for the future surveillance? Following this, after now finishing off this project, do you have any other ideas that you can go further into? So you want to do surveillance activities for other crops, more surveillance for other crops. Yes. Oh, yeah. All right. Anyone else? No? Post-plant survey. Okay. Never done? Okay. Next. Expanding Now, any ideas of mutant weeds? For what? Okay, so now that we've got those, the last thing, how can we now get these ideas and develop them into a proposal? Can you check how we can develop these ideas into proposals? Just give me 1 minute. Just tell me how we can develop our How can you, the question, how do we collect ideas? How can we do that? Yes. Are you going to do it? On their own?
It is lunchtime.
Collaborate.
If you wish to stay in your group to talk a little more, up to you. However, lunch is available downstairs in the same place as usual, and we need to be back here at 1:30, and at 1:30 each group will do reporting, and then we need to consider ideas for new activities. I have not seen single piece of paper yet for new ideas. Maybe Carol and Bosie have some?
For Thailand.
Yeah. And PNG. So some that I can look at over lunchtime. If you have new idea after lunch, well, we can consider it, but easier if I see it beforehand. So now it is lunchtime. Please be back here at 1:34 reporting on the discussions this morning.
Okay. We need to write. What's her name? Marilyn, come. We write. Yeah, but
So, left over from the morning's session, we have reporting from these discussion groups, and this material is especially valuable for us as we are completing our reporting on the project overall. Some of the information we get here will be nice and complete and we can use it. Some of the information will mean that we will have to come back to some countries or maybe to all of you to get a little bit of detail as we complete the reporting. But let's hear what people had to say. So let's start from the opposite corner this afternoon. Can we have some reporting from our spokesperson, who I believe is Myanmar? Mumu reporting for this group, and other groups maybe have to come a little closer. Mr. Idikon has written very large. It is very good for understanding and recognition from a distance. So young people can still study like that. Older people come the floor is yours.
Issue with global and regional surveillance. In our group, we rate as which activity is good as 3-star, excellent as 3-star, then good is 2nd star, and not good or bad is 1 star. So for the funding, yes, most of countries they are helpful for this surveillance activity and this project, but some country they need more funding. Some country they use from some amount of budget from their national organization, and also we have the efficient data collection is very effective and efficient. And this project, and this is we rate it is good, excellent 3-star. Then we did the prioritization planning and managing in some country rate it is 2-star. And with methodology use this, and the project is it is very excellent 3-star, and diagnostic capacity is in our group rate it is 2-star. And data management all country rate it is very good, very excellent as 2-star, and reporting is also very useful for all country is rate as 3-star. Then going to another point. We are going for monitoring and evaluation framework, reporting to NBBO all country, then reporting to NBBO, but not report to IBBC. Because of we have not publication due to the week of publication, scientific publication, and it is report and non-public publication. So due to that, because of week and probably week of scientific publication, and most of country report to SDDF. For the information management, we should follow-up mentoring. Training to train us is every country did and deliver to the also their staff, and also they train to the new staff if new staff are coming. Now when they are training, they use the training materials and information. It is trained which was trained at the beginning of this project. They use this information and material when they train their staff. Then also this manager of surveillance system and this e-tracker using data consolidation, everything is good function. All our group countries reported. The surveillance activity is some country a little bit changed. Some country they did according to their plans and proposal, but some country they a little bit change because to do their work, and sometimes they have a little bit some problem, so they have to change a little bit. But some country they follow their plans and protocols to conduct surveillance. For the data interpretation, because of some country result can be answer what our objective is, our objective, but some country cannot answer because of our data is not enough to interpret. But some country their data is enough to good result what they want to achieve. For the surveillance activity to successfully implemented, our group discussed about for the collaborating with not only our group but also pharma group, commercial plantation and area, and also regional organization, some person from regional organization, and also they use the poster, leaflet, textbook and video to completely successful conduct this all surveillance activity. Template improvement of template is enough from this project. For the project funding, some people said, most of countries said enough, but some countries said if they would like to more area or more sample or something like that, they need more budget. They need more funding, but some countries they not enough, they use from their organization, their government. If they not, some countries they said if they are not enough, they will ask their government organization. What result do you will need in the future? Our group need for the more expertise for identification, some data management or something like that. Most of some countries also need more funding, and also the more expertise for data management, information system. For how to this for the connect with other national or regional activity, this is our group. All our group members said that it is a conference by the face-to-face, not online. Because of online we have few time and we cannot discuss detail, we cannot share experience each other. So face-to-face conference or meeting is the best to connect with our activities. Thank you, that's all. If I miss to talk at the point, our leaders will talk.
Any additional comments, suggestions from this group? I would just add that with regard to the templates, this group suggested that it would be good to have worked example, completed example to go with the the blank templates that would be helpful for some people. Okay. Who will speak for this group?
Table 2.
Oh, there was no election beforehand.
We had a scribe, but everyone, I think, they all wanted to fight to talk. So, who would like to talk?
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. Today I would like to present for the group 2 for the project contribution and issue that we have the major contribution that's the national surveillance and funding support this, and also methodology, priority planning and managing. And also we have a good cooperation for diagnostic capacity and sharing the experience and protocol. And also we have visualization and interpretation. For example, digital tool to easy to use for surveillance, and also the is very useful, very efficiency of the data correction, and every people can adopt it, the technology well, and also data management is not difficult for us to do. Yep. And also we have the weakness. So, another thing that's human resources is development. There's, for example, when we have the activity, young scientists, researchers can join us to learning by doing, and they already know how to do and get knowledge very well. And also capacity development in the country. They also have so many people involved in the project. Yeah. For example, in Thailand, they also have 20 participants to involve, and also Laos also, and many countries also, many people involved this technique and can do that. But we also have the problem that sometimes when we use the technology for the survey, that sometimes we have the problem cannot loading all of the picture. Yeah. In some cases, it's maybe it's maybe caused by it's a phone, it's error, something like that. Yeah. For the pest report outbreak to IPPC, there's two country is the same. The same situation is last time they not update yet to IPPC, and some country they already report to NPPO, but it's not yet to report to IPPC. Yes. Because why they cannot report to IPPC? Because they would like to identify for clearly or accurating for diagnosis before report to IPPC, because when we report to IPPC, it's difficult to modify the result. And also the information is might have the workshop in the country. For example, Laos is allowed 10 people is approved for the training of the caretaker. And also Thailand, 20 people, Cambodia 10, Myanmar, Malaysia also 10, and also Vietnam 15 people. Yeah. For the capacity building, for the capacity to generate report that all of the country is use the certified, just middle level, and also use the digital tool. Is every country except this, the tool is good for on off the country to do the surveillance. Yeah. For in-house space information, there's for the Myanmar and Laos is no no online, but but for Thailand and Vietnam, they also have the online for the base report. For future surveillance, there's we need cooperation with ASEAN country, and also share the protocol each other, like surveillance and diagnosis. Also, we can share that, and also some country they have the yearly training program in the country. For example, in Malaysia they have, and national surveillance just be limited funding, but the training staff develop the protocol. For the plant virus, but some of the country is have the plant virus activity in the country, but some is not. For example, in Myanmar and Laos. Malaysia, Laos. And but some country they have the activity, Myanmar, Thailand, and Vietnam, and also Cambodia. Yeah. For the lab consumable in the future, that we also have the basic equipment for diagnosis and identification, but for the consumable that we still need to get fund to support. And also for the specimen, all the country they have the piece of specimen in their lab, and but some country is share or sending the specimen to overseas. For example, Laos, we shipping the specimen to New Zealand and also Colombia and also South Africa. Yeah. Depend on pest and disease that we have cooperation with them. Yeah. For the record sharing, that Okay, I understand that. Yep. For the report sharing, is some country they have the sharing in and on of the country, Laos, Malaysia, Thailand, and Myanmar, and also Vietnam. and Cambodia, they also share the reports in the country. And also sometimes we share in the national, international, depend on trading or depend on requirement from other country. For information packing, there's a cooperation with association and how to say, farmer and industry, and also researcher, there's university and agency. Yeah. And that the result of the surveillance that some country they share with the Ministry of Environment and Commercial Trade. But for Laos, we also share to the Ministry of Industry. For the sovereign template is now we accept this is good template to continue doing. So and also the project funding. Can we explain?
Oh, the project funding. We said sometimes. One of the issues was not adequate, and sometimes I had to use national funds, mainly because when you do the surveillance and collect the specimens, then no money to do the diagnostics.
And if they have another pandemic of the strategy, that we can use the training with online training or video training or something like that. Yeah. And also resources for the future surveillance is we need to diagnostic expert, and also engagement with the extension officer, and also we can set the application and to communicate with farmers or communicate with stakeholders. How to connection with the surveillance with the activity that we have. There's so many organizers for funding to the projects. The surveillance, that example, Pacific Australia surveillance network, and also TAAO network, Gabi Tool, and IPPC. Yeah. For the future surveillance activity, that Malaysia that suggestion to survey food fry, tomato leaf miner, and TR4. And Laos also would like to continue the surveillance is loose cap of the cabbage, Phytophthora of the citrus, and also CMV, cassava mosaic virus, and Wi-Fi. Because now we know that now we have how many strains that we have in Laos, but we would like to continue more surveillance, because it's maybe in China they have so many strains, it's maybe come to Laos. Yep. And Vietnam also would like to survey on base of avocado, citrus, mango. Yeah. Cambodia. No. Or Cambodia also would like to survey on fruit fly, base of durian and coconut. Thailand would like to survey on base of tomato and potato citrus, and also Myanmar would like to survey on base of pineapple, fruit fly, capital, and and also coffee base. Last one, that's for the proposal that we can submit it to get the fund. Is so many kind of the organization, ATDF, in-country project funding, is maybe from government, and APEC, FAO, Gavi, and also is maybe so many agencies like ASEAN, Japan, Chinese, Australia, and also Asia, Australia. Yeah. Thank you.
Now, anyone from our table who'd like to add anything else you can think of? All good? Okay, we'll move on to our last group. Rosie, who's your speaker?
Okay, we had a collaborative engagement here with everyone supporting whatever was being told. Our scribe was Tasha and Rambo, and will be given these remarks by Marilyn Appa.
Thank you. I'll just go through quickly some of the things that were mentioned in the other two groups. I think I'd just go quickly, not to go into details. The first one, to which issues did a project contribute? In our discussions, we thought that all issues were relevant, all of them, but we again categorized them into which ones were more important than others. The first one we had was efficient collection of field data. Like in the past, maybe we had some ups and downs with them, but from the project we learned that we have become better in doing this. The second one is methodologies specific to target pests to achieve special objectives. Now the third one was we improved on prioritizing, planning, and managing the specific pests and to of each country specific. The third or the fourth one we had as the major issue was 2, 3, 4 visualization and interpretation of data reporting was the area that we improved a lot on. And then the most important part was the funding. Although we thought something, but we thought that it was very relevant that we had the funding to do what we did. And then some other issues that were also relevant, but a bit of minor, was diagnostic capacity, national organization, consolidation and management of data from multiple sources and events. Okay, we'll move on to the next one. Monitoring and evaluating to highlight. What was this about? Okay. We thought here that establishment of the database was needed, and establishment of the database, and also at some stage they need to be verified and validated for use. We thought that was relevant at this stage. I think there's 1.2. The current situations. Okay, with the protocols, the manuals, we thought that they also need to be developed and established for future trainings. Okay, right now, like we've been working, actually engaged in the surveillance, and we had no time to get this done. So we thought that if we had these protocols or manual established, then it would be good, or develop them so that if there is need for further training, those manuals and protocols can be used. Even if we exit the system, then there could be someone else who can come on board and have access to the protocols and manuals and continue to use them to train others. There were also mention of technical person who moves to new positions, and that leaves a vacancy as well. So that was the current situation. Now 1.4, 1.3, no 1.4. What was 1.4? What other? Okay. So we have a database, like we mentioned and discussed, that each country has a database, some kind of database, but they are not linked to the national, and maybe internationally or regionally, it's not linked. And they also mentioned that this database is personalized, like its own individual person's computer. And some of those databases are still in Excel. Like the information we got from PTRECA is then transferred into Excel, and it's on individual person's computer. So there is need to develop a database for market access and maybe share with, or there's another country, Laos. Laos mentioned that they have their database, they have information, and they give it to the PQD, and that it is only shared within the government only, and it's not accessible by other people. Okay, activity 2.3. Okay, how will surveillance be done better in future? Lau mentioned that they will need to develop national action plan and recommend to the government. A standard protocol needs to be, the ones that maybe we've worked on needs to be reviewed and adjusted according to the future use, meaning we've developed something already, but it can be reviewed over time and then adjusted according to the specific needs of each country. Here also, promotion of new technologies can be considered as well, and then share updated surveillance activities in different forums. Okay, Kabi, we mentioned or discussed that it is, not all of us have access to what they have, because there is a password or something you have to have in order to access the information if you are to do a PRA or something, and it's not easily accessible. And if there is any pest update or status that needs to be reported, it's usually the NPPO who provides the update, and it's not us. Like, we give information to them and they are the ones that do this. Okay, surveillance templates. It's useful. Lau mentioned that it's in English, I think, and it would be better if it can be, translated to their local language for use. And not all places have internet or access to Wi-Fi whatsoever. So we discussed that it would be good to have an offline version of that. And the template that we use for the pit tracker. If it on iOS or Android version would be just good enough. Okay, going down to the funding, most participants were happy for the funding. However, they thought that it was not adequate. Like all of us, like, it was not adequate. Even if what we had, the funding, we had it, it was not timely because there was this long process of government to government system that delayed the process. So if I wanted to do a survey on that time and planned in that month, I couldn't do it because the funds were not transferred, maybe to my organization, because of the system, delayed in the processes. And then going down to pandemic, like with the COVID thing, and with that experience that we had last time with COVID, we think we need to be more prepared in future. More communication needs to be done, like Zoom meetings and all this can be considered. And then maybe we thought that countries should have a risk management plan in place, or a national response plan. And also online meetings should just go on if there is any pandemic. Okay, what is this? A resource.
What resources do you think you would need in your organization for surveillance?
Okay, we thought that a system with a good, complete database would be number one resources that we thought would be relevant. Also, although we did the surveillance, there was need for diagnostics. And we thought that if we could improve the capacity to diagnose our surveillance specimens or data that we collected would be just good enough. And then a system also that can consolidate, interpret, and report our surveillance data. We got very good surveillance data, but there is lack of knowledge or a system that cannot put everything together and being able to, we don't know have the knowledge to interpret and also report as well. And then have an early warning system. Okay, on to the next one. Yes, how to connect national or regional surveillance through symposiums, we thought was a good platform to consider. Also, what is this? Networking opportunities, including online meetings and social media are coordinated, like a WhatsApp group that's properly coordinated would be just good enough to share our report findings, all those innovations, new ideas, new technologies, methodologies, etc. Okay, ideas for the future. We had a discussion, and these are some of the points that we came up with. Many thought that more surveillance should be done depending on each country's national interest, and then expand from the current surveillance that we worked on for the current project. Maybe we should, I think it was Laos or Cambodia mentioned that they will expand surveillance in the area, and also others thought that depending on the host or the plant, the risk that are associated with it, there should be more surveillance being done. Also using new technology and diagnostics for surveillance, like the fruit flies and lamp techniques that we've been talking about. Okay, finally, last one, how to develop ideas, collect and document into proposal. We thought that collaboration with other countries was good, and consult with national government. Thank you so much.
I don't know whether there's anyone else within the group who would like to add something here that we spoke about. Was there anything that was missed or anything that popped into your mind that we can capture here? No one. Thank you. The only thing I just want to emphasize real quick is just a quick one, 10 seconds. When it came to connections, this morning, I want to give an example. This morning, I saw Dr. Mumu of Myanmar asking a question about protein-based traps. And then Malaysia, because of the experience, was quick to answer, which was great. My question is, did we have to wait for this event for Mumu to ask these questions to get answers from Laila? If we didn't have this, it means maybe Mumu could not have gotten that information. But what is the power of this event and connecting with each other? So Mumu would have just asked in a WhatsApp group, who has used protein baits? What method are we using? Who produces them? And where do you get them from? And she would get answers straight, instantly. So this is one powerful example of how social media and connections can use. And this issue of WhatsApp, I think, came from Rambo, was it? Or SomeKit, one of the two. SomeKit, yeah. Talking about if you have you can decide what platform you'd like to have, whether it's Facebook, whether it is WhatsApp, whatever, so that you can all share ideas and consolidate and collaborate together. That's the example I just wanted to show how WhatsApp group can work. Thank you.
Thanks, Bosie. Thanks, Carol. Thanks, all of you, for providing us with a lot of really useful information. Carol and Bosie will make sure that what has been captured on the sheets will be taken back to Canberra. We'll use it for our project management purposes, our reporting and wrap up. And it may require some follow-up with countries to flesh out some details. I won't repeat what has been expressed so well, but I'll just make one or 2 points. One is regarding the very top of the monitoring and evaluation framework, where the indicator was reporting on pest status. And I don't think that the project has generated a lot of that. And the reasons are multiple. There are a couple of reasons, it seems to me. Well, firstly, for some things, yes, the reporting took place. Exchange of information on the spread of fall armyworm, for example, that was good. However, national plant protection organisations have many roles, and the first of those roles is not publishing in the public domain. The roles are managing the risk of importing new pests and diseases, promoting market access, reporting upwards internally. And these just don't generate of their own accord, they just don't generate naturally reports that go out into the public domain. In the ASEAN region, there is some reporting that goes through the ASEAN Experts Working Group for Harmonisation of Phytosanitary Measures and the ASEAN Sectoral Working Group on Crops. That information is quite satisfactorily shared. Maybe it doesn't percolate all the way down to practitioners, but it certainly doesn't go out into the public domain because the papers and reporting of the sectoral working group, etc., are confidential to ASEANs. I'd also remember what one or two or many people have commented, that sometimes reporting is, people are reluctant to report because they are not sure about the diagnostics. The selection of targets in this particular project did not or meant that there was probably unlikely to be a lot of public reporting. Many of the pests, the majority of the pests, were well known to be present in the particular countries doing the surveillance. So there wasn't anything new of that nature to report to IPPC or to CABI. The information was important for other purposes, but didn't generate that kind of national reporting. With regard to the impact of the project on those various issues or goals, generally the groups reported what I expected, or what I thought that the impacts would be. So that was comforting. As an aside, I think I would say that most countries still do not have lots of other information management systems with which the surveillance system must interact. For example, put your hand up if you know that your country has a LIMS, L-I-M-S, or your organisation has a LIMS, L-I-M-S. And I see some people reaching for their phone to determine what could an LIMS be. What? LIMS. What could it be? What? Yeah. A system for managing the information associated with a sample when it comes in for identification. It comes in with latitude, longitude, field data, and when it's in the system, it might acquire a name, and it might acquire information about how the identification was made, and then information about where the specimen went and thrown away or put into a reference collection, that kind of thing. We have those in Australia. Singapore has that kind of a thing in their diagnostic laboratory, the Philippines also, but most countries not yet. It's coming. It's a problem for another project and another workshop. Selection of targets, which things to do surveillance for. We worry a lot about that in Australia and try to develop complicated systems to decide. For our project, nearing completion, and as a result of the discussions here, I have the feeling that in the ASEAN member states and Papua New Guinea, you can do it. You can pick what it is important. Somehow it happens organically, and you know what to do. So I'm not too worried about that. I'm sorry if we did not give you enough money. You are very greedy. There is never enough. Never enough. And for a project that has been running for 6 years, so difficult to anticipate 5 years ago what you would need a month ago. It is really, really quite difficult. Planning ahead for surveillance is difficult because of that reason. It is also very difficult to plan because tomorrow, and I picked Friday on purpose, tomorrow there could be some other target that you suddenly have to pay attention to, put aside or put other things on, like the back of the stove on the back burner. I picked Friday because in Australia it is traditional for information about new pests to come to my department on a Friday. This is a biological fact. And it happens because the people in the state agencies, the provincial areas, and then they collect something or notice something during the week and they worry about it and they talk about it, and then it comes Thursday and they think, oh dear, we have to get this off our plate, and they send it to the central government on a Friday. It is biological fact that invasive species appear on a Friday. Okay, thank you so much. And also thank you to this group here for conveniently listing a lot of possible targets, because that we can come back to that when we start. The next thing we talk about is new things. New things. So how about 5-minute break if people want to go to the restroom and clear their head, and then we will have maybe half hour talking about new things. It won't be too heavy, but there are a couple of things that we need to do together with all of the ideas that we have gathered so far. So maybe 5-minute break, then come back quickly. But if we can work through this small section on new ideas, then we can reward ourselves with proper afternoon tea. Unless you've eaten it all. No? Still plenty afternoon tea left? Okay. So we have, thank you very much. We have a really good set of project proposals from each country, some quite specific and some more general. What I propose to do is not go through the whole list, but I am happy for our team to type up that list of top topics and share them with everybody. However, what I tried to do very quickly, without really having a chance to think so much very deeply, I grouped some of the ideas together using some language borrowed from your proposal and some words that I made up myself. What I suggest is that these are like the beginnings of project ideas, and I will go through them with you, and what we do need to have is at least one or two countries with whom we meaning my team in Canberra, with whom we can work to flesh out like the one or two lines to 5 or 6 dot points. And if we can flesh them out, write a little bit more detail in collaboration with, we can then share, especially with those countries who are interested, and expand them, and eventually share with all countries. So the ideas, if your idea is not captured in what I say, what I go through now, don't worry, we have all of this here, and as I said, all of your ideas here, and as I said, I only could read them very quickly. There is no order to this, no preference. I have no preferences at all, and it may be we can put the projects together in a different, ideas together in a different way to make a project. It may be that some projects are ready to go and some are not. Some are good for the STDF and some are good for something else. So, have I got my pen in my pocket? Yes. So, like in no particular order, there is one project, one group of ideas, which I labelled pathogens, natural enemies, pathogens of local origin. And two countries, and there was a suggestion for natural enemies of fall armyworm, that came from Laos earlier on, and for metarhizium of coconut rhinoceros beetle. That was among the suggestions from Papua New Guinea. So there was a project about pathogens of local origin that could be used against fall armyworm or coconut rhinoceros beetle. I recall in my emails last week or the beginning of this week, there was something from Cabby about a new bioprotection portal. There may be some way to put that together. So that was one idea. Another idea that came from both Australia earlier, whispered in my ear earlier, before I left Australia, and from one country, I think from PNG, was about emerging diseases of banana. Not diseases that nobody knew about, but diseases which people knew about and are now seen to be becoming of more widespread importance. And that could include blood disease, a bacterial disease that has moved in recent times from Indonesia into the Malay Peninsula and into Western Indonesia, Malay Peninsula, and is surely a threat to banana plantations further north. bunchy top disease was mentioned by PNG. In that, PNG mentioned it, Papua New Guinea mentioned it, because that's a disease of concern on their border with Indonesia. So, emergent diseases of banana. Another kind of project suggested, or I put two suggestions together, is more generic, to develop the awareness and skills and capabilities to enable domestic organisations, grower groups, marketing agencies, etc., to make the transition from serving and profiting in a domestic market to moving to the international market. Now, some of you are quite familiar with this challenge, but many industries are not, and they think, for example, some Australian industries, for example, have had the attitude, well, we will sell to the domestic market, and whatever we cannot sell domestically, we will just try to go to the export market. We will just export it. In fact, it is the other way around. You prepare for the demands, the more strict demands of the export market, and the domestic market will be easier. So preparing your internal agencies and stakeholder groups for international market access. Papua New Guinea and Vietnam both had ideas around this topic, and it would require a kind of SPS awareness program, perhaps developing some sort of information system online that provided the groups, the stakeholders, the industry groups, the growers, etc., with indications, the information about what was necessary if you wanted to send bananas to Japan, or apples to New Zealand or something. And some kind of e-training platform was mentioned by one of those countries. So that's a market access preparation activity, not necessarily focused on any particular commodity, but I would suggest that to give the project some grit, that you would pick out some example industries to focus on, something to work on. Another project idea was just related to demonstrating area freedom. Papua New Guinea mentioned the banana phytoplasma and the sugarcane smut. I didn't look enough through the documents to see whether any other countries were keen on simply an area freedom demonstration. The area freedom either for domestic management, or Laos would have some area freedom, I know that, yes, and or for international market access, but a project under the heading of area freedom. Another group of ideas, a couple of countries have suggested a surveillance and the things that go with it to support market access for specific commodities or crops. Cambodia suggested durian, coconut, cashews and mangoes, and mentioned particular markets like the US or the European Union. Vietnam mentioned or used a word which hasn't come up this week, but which is almost vital now for access to the most fussy and profitable international markets, and that word was traceability, and being able to assure your international markets where your particular product originated and the pathway it had taken. That can give you some kind of market advantage. Vietnam knows about that. The secret's out. We are wrestling with the challenges of doing that, but there are GPS related. We talk now about using blockchain technologies for this. I actually don't know what that means, but we do it. We are trying to do it. A couple of projects or ideas really related to developing generic SPS capacity building. That's fine, but we need some specifics in those to commodities and skills to make a project fly, I think. Another couple of ideas were related to diagnostics and detection protocols, and particularly the detection and the diagnostics that goes with it, to make it possible to detect and identify reliably and quickly. And one of the technologies for that is the LAMP technology. We need to scope out the targets, the methodology and the potential benefits for that. Thailand's name is against that one. Another group of activities could come under the heading of early warning, and this is something we've been talking to Malaysia about for a little while now. Surveillance, preparedness, the consideration of the preparedness. When you think about preparedness, for example, you might think about how to ensure clean planting material. And so once you're thinking about clean planting material, you're not just thinking about quarantine barriers and diagnostics. Your thinking is also perhaps in a different domain. You're thinking about value chains, where you source clean planting material, who makes money out of providing clean planting material. That's part of the business, not just selling your bananas. Somebody makes money out of the tissue culture and production of the seedlings. Anyway, no shortage of targets for that kind of thing. Tomato leaf miner is the new one here. Western flower thrips. We've heard from Thailand about what they're doing about it. Other countries becoming interested in that because they want to similarly export cut flowers or ornamentals. Banana diseases could come under that early warning heading as well as equally as well as coming under the other heading I mentioned. Indonesia is not here, but I know from some recent bilateral discussions with Indonesia, they are concerned to monitor and obtain early warning of outbreaks of locusts in their country, and that's of interest to some other nearby countries who don't want Indonesian locusts. I mentioned in context of early warning Malaysia, Australia, Laos, but other countries could also, well, I think most countries would be interested in that concept. A more generic concept that came up earlier on was just diagnostics for surveillance. LAMP and other kinds of technologies might be relevant there. Another kind of activity is concerns information management, and what is necessary is that we, under the umbrella of this project, while it is still running, we need to help, meaning my team, help the wider group to put another option on the table for collecting surveillance data in the field and managing that into the internal system. Some countries are perfectly happy to continue with the stable system that has been used in this project, P-Tracker, SIMS, and utilize the facilities in SIMS for reporting. If you do that, you have to be able to get the license fees from your own country's budget to continue. If you can do that, no problem, you can stop listening. But for those who might want to think about how to get out of that financial commitment, I propose that we organise sometime between now and the end of the year a webinar addressing this app question, and specifically what I think we should do, I would recommend is that we have a webinar giving a little bit more information on Kobo Toolbox, and like an instructional webinar to recreate using Kobo Toolbox one of the data collection templates, the digital templates, the app, the instance of Tracker to collect data. And since everybody here is interested in fruit fly, that might be the one we tackle first. That process doesn't cost any money at all. It requires effort on our part in Australia, but that's what we get paid for. However, to utilise that Kobo Toolbox app and satisfy ourselves that it does work and does work in our plant pest surveillance context, maybe there is a project there with some pilot activities, some using the thing in the field, this new thing in the field. And it could be that any one of the surveillance topics that we have talked about, I've talked about just now, or that are on that sheet of paper over there, could be candidates. Another one which I haven't mentioned, but which was mentioned earlier this morning, is an interest in collecting host data for fruit fly, rearing from fruit, different kinds of fruit, different species of fruit, different ages of fruit collected at different ages in the field. Now, a long time ago, I remember looking at a very large resource. Carol, I think it was written by Dick Drew and others and published in something like Journal of Sarawak Entomology or something. Yeah. So it would be a project to ground truth or to update or confirm some of the records in that big publication. What else? There are some other concepts about that really could be summarised as surveillance for pest management. Surveillance for pests that are already well established. The surveillance is part of developing an integrated pest management approach, and in this then we come close to the projects that ACR funds, close to the projects that might utilise the prize group of modelling tools that CABI, that was mentioned in the presentation about CABI activities. There would be no shortage, I'm sure, of candidates for that kind of activity, no shortage of countries who would be interested. That kind of activity, but it would be you would surely need to spend 3 years gathering the kind of data that you would need to get a system going. I mentioned the fruit fly thing. Another activity, I think I'm getting to the end of my list, the fruit fly lure and bait issue that came up in the discussion this morning when we were talking about trapping and the like. This is a very tiny activity, and again this is an activity I think that my team in Canberra can catalyse. As I said this morning, we send out a little questionnaire and gather some information about the current availability of lures and baits and the current impediments to moving these across international borders. And then we get some information that we could share with you, with everybody, and we might even share it in the form of a letter additionally in a letter to the town network. And by the way, an activity for all of you is that you are going to, if you are interested in fruit fly, then you are going to sign up to Frittered Workers network. The plant pathologists are excused. So that perhaps doesn't capture all of the ideas that have been included on those pages. We will certainly keep those and comb through them, and this taxonomy that I created in 5 minutes might be improved. I'm just going to go back through my list here to make sure that I have at least one counterpart country for each topic that we could work with to flesh them out a little bit more. Are you waving at me, Bosie, or? You got a microphone?
Thanks. Just in addition to that, I think we have Philippines logged online, and we're just wanting to ask them if they've got any new Philippines project ideas that are relevant to the context. But as we keep going, then they can be able to provide that to us, but we don't know whether they are ready yet to speak. Not yet? All right, I understand they're not yet, but we can keep carrying on, and then when they write that, they'll give them to us.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay, thanks, Bosie.
Yeah.
In passing, I mentioned that Indonesia, who is not here, have kicked in one idea. I propose that if we can find a contact person, we keep them in the loop. They may not we keep them in the conversation. They may not want to continue. For STDF funding, Brunei and Singapore, of course, are not eligible, but would you be agreeable to sharing some of our ideas as developed with Singapore and Brunei? Okay? Okay. Okay, so let me just go through the list that I have made, my taxonomy, to make sure that we have at least one counterpart in the room, one country, to push the ideas along a little bit. This doesn't mean that anybody is left out of a particular idea. We just need one country that we can count on to push ideas along a little bit so that we can share things. So emerging diseases of banana. Who is interested in that? Malaysia? Laos. Okay, easy enough. This one about, not so much about trade, but about pest management. Pathogens of local origin. PNG, you put the idea about metarhizium of rhinoceros beetle, maybe put your name there. Market access for marketing agencies, internal stakeholders. PNG put a concept like that up, and Vietnam. I've got your names against that. Yeah. Okay, we can push that one along. Area freedom, PNG against that. Anybody else want to be associated with area freedom? That's okay. General support for market access commodities, surveillance and whatever had to be done. Cambodia and Vietnam are associated with that. We can, Cambodia and Vietnam, to help push that along. Then if we can develop that idea, share it with everybody, and if everybody is interested, then everybody's name gets on it. Good. Cambodia, Vietnam. Detection protocols, fast identification. I have Thailand against that. Anybody else want to be involved with that? I bet Singapore would be into that. Malaysia interested. Okay, that's good enough for the moment. Good. Early warning. I have Malaysia. Maybe consult Laos as well because of all the banana things. Anybody else want to be associated with early warning at this stage? Huh? Thailand. Malaysia is not allowed to volunteer Thailand. Oh, that's very ASEAN of you. Very. Would the delegate from Thailand care to respond delegate from Malaysia. She would care to respond. I would now like to invite the delegate from Thailand. Yes. This is why it takes so long to do anything in ASEAN. We have to be so diplomatic. That's good. Diagnostics for surveillance. I think we were diagnostics for surveillance generally, not just early detection. I probably have Thailand and Malaysia against that already. The information management thing that I described, I think I assumed responsibility at least for the initial stages of that in the Canberra team. The fruit fly rearing idea, that was Carol was talking about that. Maybe and Cambodia, Laos. Just to keep it going. And the fruit fly lure and bait thing, we will push that. So did any country not put their hand up for anything? Somebody, I think we have somebody involved in every. Did we get Myanmar link? What did you put your name down for? We are about to go to afternoon tea, but before Myanmar goes to afternoon tea, they can look at this and decide what they want to be associated with. Huh? And okay, Philippines. What does Philippines have an idea? Are Philippines going to manifest themselves there? John Paul, thank you for joining us. Do you have any suggestions for ongoing projects for the surveillance group in general, or projects that could be submitted to the developed and submitted potentially to the STDF on the behalf of the group or Philippines alone? John Paul, over to you. We can see you. I do understand, Mumu, that it is difficult for you to come with any ideas until you are able to consult back home. I do understand that, but if you look at these, you could say if any of them interest you. Take two.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hello, we can hear you.
For the Philippines, our team is planning to create another application for the identification of fruit fly species.
Okay. A visual recognition, image recognition type app, or what did you have in mind?
Sorry, I did not.
an application for identification of fruit fly. Did you have in mind an application that would sit on a smartphone that the user would have to use and do the identification, or a image recognition system that would automatically do the identification?
Yes, it is more image recognition of fruit fly species.
The first one, is that right?
Yes, the first one.
Huh? Image recognition. Okay. Now, that's good, John Paul. Any other countries interested in that kind of thing? Okay. Myanmar interested? Okay, that's good, John Paul. I've included that here. What I can say is I had a conversation a couple of weeks ago with one of perhaps our leading fruit fly taxonomist in Australia, and there was some interest in developing a manual for fruit fly identification for Southeast Asia. We have something like that which particularly focuses on endemic pests that we need to monitor and major or pests, exotic pests of major concern. So some of the material, images and geographical information and diagnostic information is already to hand, but it is not complete enough to be able to create a Southeast Asian fruit fly manual yet. Some work has to be done, but that could be an objective. Something like that might be a stepping stone to the more ambitious image recognition tool that Jean-Paul and the Philippines have in mind. So I can almost visualize how the project could evolve there. So that's good. Myanmar has expressed interest in that. It's not controversial. So they are off the hook. Is there anything else anybody wants to add to this pool of ideas at the moment?
Yep. Hello. So Vietnam has sent us one on pest list database, which would be national. But is there any other country interested in a pest list database? So we have actually quite a few hands. Yep. So I'll mention here too that.
So it's Malaysia,
PNG.
Yep.
And Cambodia and Laos.
Oh, all of everybody.
Yeah. So with another hat, I work with the Pacific, and we have a Pacific Island pest list database. That's a regional thing, and it could be a good thing to maybe develop in Southeast Asia. We'll see how we're currently updating, but I can share the link to the pest list database with you, and with that database you can identify pests and diseases from, so if say Samoa want to export mangoes to Fiji, they can put that information into the database, and you will get a list of all the pests and diseases in both countries, and they'll show you which ones you need to target for pest risk analysis or for market access. So I'll send a link to share that.
Okay, I'm glad that Carol is keen on this, and I'm glad that all the countries have expressed interest. I've been down this pathway before with you. Let's do a better job this time. Okay, I'll repeat myself that this is not the last word. When I look through your ideas, there may be some other things that I have overlooked accidentally, and there may be some different taxonomy of the ideas. All of these can't possibly go forward to full project proposal. Only a handful of them. We just don't have the time to work up all of these proposals. All of us together don't have the time to work up all of the proposals, but the objective would be to work the proposals to a more complete state so that we could share the ideas with all the countries, gauge interest in the worked up ideas, and by worked up I mean like a paragraph or half a dozen dot points or something like that. And then amongst, from them, then almost certainly we would be going to the STDF or to some other fund, to the STDF with a project preparation grant proposal. But some of the ideas we may be able to present to the Economic Cooperation Work Program under ANSPTA. Some might fly next year under new funding arrangement associated with the Free Trade Agreement RCEP, which includes not just the ASEAN countries, Australia, New Zealand, it includes all of them, plus China, South Korea and Japan. So there are a number of funding pools and a number of formats that we could exploit. Thank you very much. Unless I have forgotten something on the program, we have completed the meat of the steering committee activities. Sutikno, do you have the, if anybody has not submitted their... Oh, it's not enough. What is our target, Sutikno? 30. 20. Well, they're not going to get afternoon tea, are they? Before you leave the room tonight, this afternoon, we need those evaluation forms. Bosi, Carol, Sutikno, is there any reason we can't let everybody go to afternoon tea and then after afternoon tea reconvene for wrap up? We can go to afternoon tea? Very good. You are free, and what is the time? When should we be back? I haven't got the program. When should we be back?
For the closing ceremony and giving away certificate.
Okay. Right, so welcome back. I'm just going to... So, our last event of a steering committee. Okay, so thank you for all attending. This is the last event, which will be the presenting of the certificates. Oh, I'm not on screen. Okay. So, presenting of the certificates for attending the steering committee meeting. I will call up your names, and if you come to the front, and then you will receive your certificate from Dr. Ian. If you pose for official photographs, yep, and then if you take your seat afterwards. And then we might have a round of applause at the end once everyone's received their certificate. Okay, so are we ready to start? So the first person I have here is Mr. Chahuni. Junhee. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yes. So, yeah. So, Mr. Heen. Siravu. Hey, Mr. Rambo. Mr. Bunsu. Miss Conservan. Mr. Somkit. Dr. Rosmawati. Okay, I'm going back to just Miss and Mr. Miss Lila.
We have no spotlight.
Miss Ewok or Miss Tasha. Miss Mumu. Miss Keen. Miss Kyang. Miss Marilyn. Miss Yuvarin or Miss Rak? Okay, Miss Wanwisa. Mr. Itibon or Mr. J? Mr. Atit? Miss Chaniton or Miss Tang? So Mr. Fahim, Dr. Fahim is not here, but we have Miss Tui. Yes. Tui. Miss Pham. Miss Nguyen. Oh, Miss Purna. Purna. Mr. Purna. I will go and do this one. Oh. Mr. Ian Newman.
So I would like to invite Miss Carol.
Miss Bosie. Yay. Miss Dancing Queen. Mr. Sutikno. Oh. Okay, and okay, so we have certificates for Roshan and John Paul and Madeleine Healy and Simon, and we will pass those on later on to them. But thank you all for attending. I'm going to pass on to Ian for final comments. Just a quick one. Thank you for those who gave me the fruit fly advice. If you would like a pack of these fruit fly cards and I haven't given them to you, come and see me. So these are slightly different to the other ones. Oh, and remember your dental wicks talking about fruit flies. Thank you.
Thank you, Carol. Please be seated. Now, you don't only get certificates and cards. There are the wicks over there. I don't think you can carry away the glasses, but anything you see over there on the side table I think is fair game. Almost finished, but a few thank yous and a couple of quick reflections. First, the thank yous. Thank you to Dr. Sutikno and to the Thai DOA for making this steering committee possible, and not just possible, but such a resounding success. Dr. Sutikno, Rak, Tang, B, Kem, Jay, and other helpers as well. Thank you so much for your assistance. Thank also the No More Work folk who have looked after the technological infrastructure for this hybrid workshop and made it possible for a few people who you did not see or did not have a chance to chat to participate in the meeting. Thanks also to the hotel staff here who have made it so comfortable for us during this week. Thank you to the presenters and resource people, and especially to Carol and Bosie from my team. This is really their first opportunity to work in person with projects in Southeast Asia and with the activities that we have been pursuing for so long. They were looking forward to this indeed. And thank you all for making them so welcome. And thank you, Carol and Bosie, for contributing so energetically to this meeting. Thank you to all delegates, both for your formal contribution and reporting, for the support you've given to your presenters, and to the contributions that you made during the discussion sessions. I hope I emphasised the value of the many ideas that were expressed and captured in the various discussion groups and on the flip charts. A couple of quick reflections. I believe this is one of the most successful projects that I have been associated with. It's certainly been one of the longest running, but not the longest. Over the period, I think the principal objectives of deploying various digital tools and resources has been achieved, and we know that all teams associated with the work have become quite proficient and confident in the use of those systems. That was the main objective. Not to forget the templates and other non-digital resources that were a part and parcel of this project. On the digital resources, for a project that has been on foot and planned for some 6 years, it's almost a miracle that the IT is still durable and functional. I'm very heartened to have heard this week, to have seen in your various reports over the years, the successes that have accrued to individual countries from their surveillance activities, be they market access or gathering information for pest management or area freedom demonstration, or in some cases just drawing the baseline to understanding groups of pests in their country. So what next? Well, for a couple of countries, we'll work it out over the next weeks. we will have a very light touch in independent evaluation. I am thinking that perhaps a representative from the Australian government, from our embassies, would pay a call for a morning or an afternoon perhaps on the teams that have been involved in this project, just for those teams to demonstrate to our representative what they have been doing, talk about their successes, demonstrate the use of P-Tracker and SIMS, and express any additional feelings or feedback that you might want to do. We might do that with 2 or 3 countries, and we'll be in touch about that. But it will be a light touch. For some countries, still some surveillance activities to finalise, to complete, and I know you're working hard to do that. Thank you very much for completing that work. Thank you in advance for completing that work. We look forward to those last reports. We need to tidy up the monitoring and evaluation tables as part of our preparation of a final report, a final and comprehensive report to the STDF. We have a lot of material from your reports, from your presentations, and from the discussion groups. When we think about the forms and the information we have, we may need to come back to some or all of you again, just for a little bit of extra information to make the most of the reporting or the ideas that you have presented, to present them in the best light. Thank you indeed for all of those concepts and ideas for new projects. I don't think I have wrapped up any project with that many ideas and so many concepts for new activities. And I think that reflects that surveillance and diagnostics that goes with it, those 2 disciplines, impinge upon and indeed support so many of the other activities that national plant protection organisations have to do. If you cannot get the surveillance right and you cannot get the diagnostics right, you are not going to get your market access or your quarantine right. So thank you for all of those proposals. We'll work those up in Canberra as best we can, and in consultation with the lead countries that or the contact countries that we identified before afternoon tea. And when we get something a little bit more formulated, we can share it with the wider group, and then you will be able to consult more widely in your own organisations. So it's been indeed enjoyable. I speak personally, and I would go on to speak for Bosie and Carol. We have had a really good time. So that's due to the hospitality of our hosts. Thank you again, Thai DOA, and for all of you who have made this such an enjoyable experience for us. So you can go home now. This is not where you can live. You have homes and families. Safe travels whenever your schedule takes you out of Bangkok. I will not be in this capacity leading projects for much longer, but I hope to be involved in this general area and spending time in the Southeast Asian region. So I hope to see you again in one context or another. I may look more like a tourist in the future, or I may be engaged to work hard to help develop some of these project concepts that we put on the table today. So finally, thank you all for coming. Thank you for making this such a useful project, a valuable project, and thank you for making this steering committee meeting such a wonderful way to wrap up our meetings together. Safe travels. Goodbye.
just like to quickly say, so this is actually Dr. Ian's final kind of activity with the STDF project. Dr. Bosi and I will be continuing, but I'd like to just get you all to give Dr. Ian another round of applause for all his contributions over the last 6 years, because he's just awesome. And I don't know if anyone else would like to maybe come up and say something quickly, who's probably known Dr. Ian in this capacity in STDF before we close. Anybody? Oh, yes, Malaysia. Oh, there you go. Thank you.
Go to the front.
Come on.
Hi, and good afternoon, everyone. Anyway, on behalf of Malaysian government and I think on behalf of our colleagues here, I would like to thank Dr. Ian for his hard work along from the starting of this project, and also for other project that we have worked together. And I think I already know Dr. Ian since I start working with Plant Biosecurity of Malaysia. So yeah, I actually one of the officers in Malaysia that benefit a lot from all the projects. And actually, I guess everyone here has owed Dr. Ian very much on all the projects that we have benefited, especially on the diagnostics and also the surveillance, and also for the plant quarantines development program, especially on the capacity building. And I think Dr. Steen also, and we also would like to welcome Carol and Bosi to the family of ASEAN. Because we actually we can say that we are maturing a lot in this, especially on plant biosecurity. I guess everyone here have at least have a bit of something from all the projects that we have been working on, and we hope that everyone will continue this networking and friendship and the togetherness, and we hope that everyone will work together in the future undertakings. So thank you again, Dr. Ian, for everything, and we hope to see you in any of the future programs. And Carol and Bosi, keep up a good work. And Dr. Stigno, I think he will still be around at least for 1 or 2 years. So, or maybe we can put up a project that makes sure that Dr. Ian and Dr. Stino will still lingers around us, giving some advices. So, thank you to all.
I need to say something regarding Ian. You know, I thought he requested me to stay on for the project at least 1 year. Now he will be leaving earlier than me. You see, it's not fair. But we work together. I think it's already almost 20 years probably. We are in the GTI, you know, Global Taxonomy Initiative, way back. So we met him and then start doing assessment, need assessment in the region. And then from that, it started the project. So without his hard work, I think this starting from what? SPS, capacity building, and then after that, AANZ, now AANZ, FTA. So it's already, you know, evolved in many programs, which he trusts me to implement this, especially logistically. But sometimes, of course, I do lecturing also, especially in PRA and weed. So, yeah, thank you very much, Ian. Really, it was nice for me to work with you. Unfortunately, you will be leaving me earlier. But of course, we can still work together, especially when Bosi and Carol requested him to stay. Part-time, probably. I know he's enjoying his new life, not in Canberra. So that's why he's not devoted half-half. I do not know whether a quarter back in Canberra and 3/4 somewhere else. Yeah, so thank you very much. It was a pleasure to work with you. Unfortunately, my former boss, K.Y. Lam, he passed away early. Yeah, so very unfortunate. Both of us working with him for a very long time. Okay, again, thank you very much, and have a good, what you call it, not a second life, but future opportunity. And of course, last but not least, I would like to thank you, the Department of Agriculture, Thailand, especially Tang and his team, her team, RAC, who helping me a lot in this logistic. Otherwise, without them, this will not be successful. I trust them. The Itipon, I think day before yesterday, asking me, hey, Sutikno, why now you are not working hard? Usually when we had a training workshop, I will writing whatever minute report, and then this time he observed me, I just enjoying going. So I said, I have a trusted junior staff, which is Rag and Tang. So thank you very much for you and your team. So thank you very much. Of course, the last, welcome to Carol and Posey in this, what you call it, probably future project. Hopefully, we manage to get new project for all of you in the region, and then from there move on with the new leadership. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. So have a nice trip back home, and thank you very much.
Like I said, go home.
Okay, so I've spent all week learning Kapun Ka. Kapun Ka. So thank you all. Thank you, Thailand. Thank everybody for coming. The wicks are here. We have couple of things on the table to take, some chocolates. And like I said, if anyone would like any of the cards you didn't get, come and see me and I'll hand some over. Have a safe trip home, and we will be in touch by email, and we'll be organising the next stage, writing up reports, getting in touch with you to clarify any issues. But yeah, I hope you all enjoyed yourself and benefited from this networking and meeting event. And for my first face-to-face steering committee meeting was awesome and lovely to meet you all. Thank you.
So the last announcement from host, I will distribute you the USB with everything in their presentations and also photos along day 0 until today, day 4. So please come to pick up at the back because they are loading the photos of the certification ceremony in that one. Okay, please come and say goodbye to them. They don't need tips, no worries. Thank you so much. And also thank you for No More Work team too. Because of them, I don't have to deal with anything about the IT. Thank you.